Members, 4 minutes till kickoff. 4 minutes to kickoff. Please get to the chamber.
The House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Bishop Stephen Davis. He is the senior pastor at Refresh Family Church in Birmingham and is a guest of Representative Hollis.
Let us pray. The Heavenly Father, we bless you and honor you for this day. We thank you for the State House and all who are represented here on today. Father, we pray that your grace and your mercy will cover them. Father, we know that wisdom and knowledge comes from you, and in all of our decision making, you will be a part of that. Communities will be better, cities will be better, our state will be better. We give you the glory, we give you the honor, and we give you the praise today for all the advancement to Alabama because of the ones who are gathered together in this room. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Benjamin Pyrick. He is the intern with Leader Lee and attends the University of Alabama, where he pursued a degree in public health.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The intern will. Clerk, call roll.
Mr. Speaker, Albright, Baker, Barnes, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyard, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Crow, Daniels, Datcher, Drummond, DeBose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Givens, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Holt-Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Myricks, Nelson, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Ross, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shirey, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, Stahagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Witt, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood, Yarbrough.
"65 members are present. The quorum is present, and the House is ready to transact business. Some guests in the gallery I'd like to recognize is UAB second-year optometry students from Birmingham, and they are the guests of Representative Mark Shirey. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you guys for being with us today. Before we go too much further, I've got to eat a little bit of crow today. So the Good Hope Lady Raiders beat my Plainview Bears in the championship. And thanks to my good friend Cindy Myrick, she brought me a shirt to show me that. So congratulations to the Good Hope Lady Raiders on the state championship. The chair recognizes Representative Bracy for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the moment. I just wanted to just share, sometimes when things happen around the state and things really bother you, when the situation that came up with the execution of Mr. Burden came up, that was something that just really, really bothered me. I took it, I was dealing with it at church. I couldn't sleep Monday night. And I know it was so many people around the country watching. They were, signing petitions, people around the state, people were contacting the governor's office. And I just think that this was something that, this didn't have anything to do with race. This didn't have anything to do with party. It was just about compassion. And to just see the governor decide today to commute this sentence, I think it was just a level of compassion. And just to see that, I just want to just publicly thank her for that. And this was just something that just was on my heart, and I just could not shake it, because when you think about the person that actually committed the murder received a lesser sentence than the person that didn't. and that person being scheduled for execution. And I think that we're going to be on the right side of history for this. I think that he'll continue to move forward with his punishment, but I definitely want to thank the governor for commuting Mr. Burton's sentence today and actually saving a life. So I think she ruled on the side of compassion, and I definitely respect that level of compassion that was shown today. And I'm proud to be a citizen of Alabama today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bracy. Chair recognizes Representative Sellers for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the body, just want to congratulate Winona High School boys on being the state champs in basketball. They are proud residents of District 57.
The chair recognizes Representative Shaw for special recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I move to suspend the rules and grant floor privileges to Consul General for Japan in Atlanta, Kenichi Matsuda, Mrs. Matsuda, Political Advisor Risa Ye, and Executive Assistant Sandy Rudin.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, floor privilege are granted. Representative Shaw, you're further recognized.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker and members of the House, it is my distinct honor to welcome Consul General Kenichi Matsuda, Mrs. Matsuda, Mrs. Risa Ye, and Ms. Sandy Rudin. In a world that daily reminds us how precious true friendship is, Alabama has no closer friend across the globe than the nation of Japan. Around 100 Japanese companies operate in our state, investing more than $10 billion since 1999 and helping to create more than 100,000 jobs for our citizens. But this bond is about more than just numbers. It is built on trust, on our cultural exchange, and on shared values, democracy, hard work, and free markets. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished guests. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, the Consul General would like to address the body.
Permission is granted.
Thank you. Speaker Ledbetter, Speaker Pro Tem Pringle, honorable members of the Alabama Legislature, distinguished guests and friends, good afternoon. It is a great honor to join you all today, and I am grateful for the invitation to address this distinguished chamber. I'm also especially humbled to learn that this is the first time a Consul General of Japan has had the privilege of speaking here. So thank you, Representative Shaw, Representative Hall, and other members of Alabama-Japan Legislative Exchange Group for making it possible for me to stand before you today. My name is Kenichi Matsuda, and I have had the privilege of serving in this position since the past 5 months. While my tenure is still new, the office I serve, and more importantly, the relationship between Japan and Alabama has deep and enduring roots. The ties between Japan and Alabama reach back to the late 19th century when Satsuma oranges were introduced to the farmers for cultivation. In fact, I was delighted to learn that there is even a city here named Satsuma. It is a wonderful reminder. These small historical connections show that Japanese and Alabamians have long grown together through people-to-people ties. Since then, our relationship has continued to grow stronger. The Consulate General of Japan in Atlanta was established in 1974 and covers 4 states: Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and here, the great state of Alabama. Alabama became a founding member of Southeast U.S. and Japan Association in 1976, demonstrating early on that the cooperation between our societies were intentional and visionary. Over time, our partnership has evolved. What began as an agricultural and cultural exchange has developed into a dynamic economic relationship. Today, more than 160 Japanese companies operate across this state in a wide range of industries, including automotive, chemicals, advanced manufacturing. Japanese companies have invested over 15.9 billion US dollars in this state, creating 32,000 jobs. Equally encouraging is the opening of Alabama Economic Office in Tokyo last year. This step shows that our partnership is a two-way street. It is a true exchange of ideas, investment, and opportunity that is mutually beneficial. As we celebrate the strong and enduring relationship between Japan and the state of Alabama today, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you for your continued support of Japan, Alabama, and Japan-US relations. Japan values Alabama not only as an economic partner, but as a friend. Thank you for welcoming us into this chamber, and thank you for honoring the enduring bond between Japan and Alabama. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good having you with us today. Thank you, Representative Shaw. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objection, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 19th Legislative Day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 19th Legislative Day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Speaker Pro Tem Pringle. Purpose of making an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, on your desk, you will see a paper that looks like this. You need to update it if you're running again and turn it into the box up on LSA's desk, or Michelle will come and take it from you. And believe me, you want to turn it in. So please get that done. Today, Cover Alabama and Families USA healthcare briefing. Well, it was at 10:30 this morning. The tourism bash is this evening from 5 till 9 p.m. at the RSA Activity Center. Alabama Bureau of Pardons and Paroles changed the course exhibition from 5 to 7 at Archives and History Building. Beautiful artwork there. Tomorrow morning, Danny, tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m., the Sportsman's Caucus, members only at 7:30 at RSA Plaza. Resources, Education, and Advocacy Day for Drug-Free Youth. Prevention is tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the Alabama State Capitol. And Thursday, don't forget the Alabama ALCAT Prayer Breakfast at 7 a.m. at the RSA Plaza. And the Legislative Prayer Caucus will meet at 8:30 a.m. Thursday. That's it, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Pro Tem, you're further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open until the clerk completes his paperwork and we reconvene on Wednesday, March the 11th, 8:30 a.m. tomorrow.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion is veiled. Clerk now receive reports of standing committees. Receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 196 by Representative Moore P., commending Representative Terry Collins on her accomplished career of service. House Joint Resolution number 197 by Representative Stringer, commending the accomplishment of Roger David Perkins upon the occasion of his retirement. House Joint Resolution number 207 by Representative Lee, commending Houston County Schools for impressive achievements. House Joint Resolution number 209 by Representative Mooney, commending Paul H. Reynolds for his long-standing public service. Senate Joint Resolution number 68 by Senator Livingston, commending and honoring Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan David Schultz, United States Air Force retired, for his distinguished military service and contributions to the state of Alabama. Senate Joint Resolution number 69 by Senator Bell, commending Honda on 25 years of operating its automotive plant in Lincoln, Alabama. Senate Joint Resolution number 70 by Senator Hovey, commending Ms. Kelly Fisher on being named the 2025-2026 Alabama High School Principal of the Year. Senate Joint Resolution number 71 by Senator Weaver, commending Peggy Sellers Benson on the occasion of her retirement as Executive Officer of the Alabama Board of Nursing.
I move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 198 by Representative Warren, establishing the Alabama Mental Health Task Force.
We may have an amendment, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Warren has a comment.
Representative Warren, you're recognized.
Yes, on HJR 198, establishing the Alabama Mental Health Task Force, we want to include a position on that committee for the Probate Judge Association.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is approved.
That's it.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 199 by Representative Brown, honoring Captain Ted Johnson for his outstanding service to the residents of Mobile and the Mobile Police Department.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 200 by Representative Lands, honoring Sigma Delta Rho Sorority Day at the Capitol, April 2nd, 2026.
Move adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 206 by Representative Collins, extending the Joint Interim Study Commission on expanding access to high-quality out-of-school education programs.
I move adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Mr. Clerk, let's do the individual resolution, or local.
On page 70 of the calendar, House Bill number 522 by Representative Albright relating to Coleman County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 59 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of 522. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 19 ayes, 0 nays. HB 522 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 70 of the calendar, House Bill number 532 by Representative Ellis relating to Shelby County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 58 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 532. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 18 ayes, 0 nays. HB 532 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 70 of the calendar, House Bill number 536 by Representative Ream relating to Henry County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 54 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 536. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 23 ayes, 0 nays. HB 536 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 71 of the calendar, House Bill number 543 by Representative Yarborough relating to Lawrence County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 53 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 543. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 14 ayes, 0 nays. HB 543 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 71 of the calendar, House Bill number 546 by Representative Yarborough relating to Lawrence County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 48 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 546. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 18 ayes, 0 nays. HB 546 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 71 of the calendar, House Bill number 557 by Representative Lawrence relating to Wilcox County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 50 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of 557. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 19 ayes, 0 nays. HB 557 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 70 of the calendar, House Bill number 537, a constitutional amendment by Representative Jackson relating to Monroe County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 59 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 537. It is a constitutional amendment requiring 63 votes. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 70 ayes, 0 nays. HB 537 is passed. Question for the body now is local application. Clerk will lock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 48 ayes, 0 nays. 537 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 71 of the calendar, House Bill number 538, a constitutional amendment by Representative Jackson relating to Wilcox County.
Representative Jackson, I forgot to get you to come up here and tell us what it was about. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to let people know that this is a constitutional amendment for Wilcox and Monroe counties that relates to seniors, people 65 years and over, tax exemption.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 73 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 538. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 65 ayes, 0 nays. HB 538 is passed. Question now is local application. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 35 ayes, 0 nays. HB 538 has passed. We have some guests in the gallery we'd like to recognize. The Central Baldwin County Chamber and their executive, as well as Robertsdale High School, Robertsdale Mayor Ruth Campbell, Mark Knoll, Hayes Turner, Mercy Wilson, Casey Gardner, and Brooke Weiss of the Baldwin County delegation. Let's give them a big hand for being with us. And they are the guest of the Baldwin County delegation. Also, we have Leadership Lake Martin, House District 81. They are the guest of Chairman Oliver and Chief Tuggle. Let's give them a big hand. Thank y'all for being with us. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 213 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Move adoption.
All in favor? Any opposed? It is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Also in the gallery we have was Living Word Christian Center in Mobile, and they are the guest of Representative Sam Jones. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Thank you so much. Clerk, call the first bill on special order calendar.
On page 61 of the calendar, House Bill number 511, a constitutional amendment with substitute by Representative Ingram relating to education.
Chairman Ingram, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity, and let me explain this bill. This bill has been a moving target for 2 years, so I've worked with any members that had issues with it, and we've been, can't hardly hear, Mr. Speaker. Worked with everybody that had issues, and we were able to come up with a good bill. Now, this bill 511 is not the finished product. There is a substitute, and there is an amendment coming. So, at the proper time, I'd like to ask for the BIR, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wait a minute. I think I have the wrong bill in my hand. Well, maybe, what is it?
We can talk
Oh,
about that
okay.
one if you'd like.
The wrong bill?
Yeah,
You don't want me to talk about the
I told
wrong
Margie
bill.
to stop you if you started coming down. I
just-
came looking for you before we got gavelled in, but
Well, you know, what I have, I've gone through the bill, and tell me exactly what you want this bill to do. What do you expect?
so what the bill does and the substitute, and there's an amendment coming. So to take out a lot of questions off of the floor on what this, not going to have any clawback for the school board. It was 25%. There's no
Hold
penalty
on,
to the
just a
school
moment.
board, so
Okay.
that's taken out, and that's totally taken out. And so also that we worked with that with the Superintendent Association, and so it is a
Hold on, are you
student-led.
saying the superintendent earlier supported the clawback, taking the 25% away?
And I can hardly hear you.
I can't either, but you know, I'm not in charge.
So the clawback on this bill has totally been taken out. So there's no clawback, no penalty to the superintendents or the school board or anything. That's totally been taken out.
Okay.
That was negotiated. And also, it is only a volunteer prayer. That's in the amendment that's coming. You'll see that from Representative Faulkner. And it's only led by the students. And it is a non-denominational prayer.
A volunteer prayer.
Volunteer prayer by the students, led by the students in the classroom by a certain time. And if any of the students don't feel comfortable being in the classroom, they have the permission to step out of the classroom while the prayer is being conducted.
Suppose a child that does not want to step out of the classroom, maybe he or she just wants to keep his or her seat.
That's right. Well,
They could do that. Are
yes,
you-
ma'am, they sure can. They can keep their seat. It's on a volunteer basis. As far as the who's going to lead the prayer, it's not going to be led by the administration or the teachers. It's not going to be over the intercom. That was taken out of the bill. So the bill is just real simple. It's a volunteer basis only for the student-led
Oh,
prayer.
stop right there. Volunteer basis only. Volunteer for the school system, volunteer
No.
for the school classroom, volunteer
Every
for
child
the...
has the opportunity to stand up at a certain time after the pledge to say a prayer. And the school board has got to set a policy on what those parameters. We're going to give them 30 seconds. We're going to give them a minute. We're going to give them 2 minutes. But that's the policy would be left up to the superintendents, and that's what they wanted.
So I need to make sure I'm clear. Every school system will be asked to follow this by making sure that their local school board set up some guidelines by which a student prays or not pray in the school.
In the classroom, that's right, at a
Right.
certain time, that's right.
Ev-
Only by the volunteer students that want to stand up and say a prayer after the pledge.
And so why do we think that's necessary?
Well, you know,
Now,
let's-
let me back up and say this. I grew up in a school system where that did happen. All right?
that it did happen.
No, where I grew up in a school system where it did happen.
And look at the finished product you've got.
Well, I wouldn't say it was because I had prayer or sang a song or read the scripture was the reason. I
Well-
said that came from my family
Right.
and the background by which
So let me tell you
they
the reason
lived.
I brought this is I would say the society that the road we're going down with our society now has been a 200% increase in mental health. Crime has gone up. And obviously, since we've stopped prayer, I think a lot more people have gotten into other troubles instead of that. Wouldn't you much rather have them asking the Lord if something's wrong with them to go to God and pray? Because a lot of these kids, okay.
Let me stop you there. The mental health issue, my family and I dealt with that as well.
I think all families have
I
mental
came from a very strict discipline. I had a sister who was diagnosed with schizophrenic paranoid, and I can tell you, I know that my parents prayed daily, but it didn't stop that schizophrenic paranoid. So you can't, I'm just saying, what I want us to do is be realistic in what our approach. I'm not anti-prayer, I'm not anti-Ten Commandments, but being realistic, that is a personal relationship, I feel, a personal relationship. that I feel that I and my family and children have now. How do we get them to see better? Those of us that are in the classroom should also emulate what we want our students to see. And many times, those students that come into that classroom have a need. Prayer may be one of them, but there are other needs that they have, like did they eat breakfast? What was their family life like before they left home? What are we doing to make sure that mental health issue that you talked about, what are we doing to make sure that we're providing the resources for the mental health issues that our children are facing today? That is why, so I'm saying if you use this as a way of taking care of some of that mental health problem, I don't see that. And I base this on my personal experience.
Well, I think that, a lot of kids, we need to supplement meals.
We knew what?
And I think a lot of times we need to supplement meals because they don't have it at home. And I think in prayer, a lot of these kids don't have it at home. A lot of kids don't have mentoring at home because either the parents work 2 or 3 or 4 jobs, or either the parents are absent and there's no father, and a lot of times there's no parenting. And a lot of times, if they can relate to a kid that's praying, maybe they would gravitate to prayer and gravitate to God. We're losing a lot of people out of faith. And I know me and you are strong faith. And I know that if we recruit a football team, I think that we would want to start, pruning that football team early and letting people know that there is a football game going on and that there is a Lord and there is a God that. I think that prayer is not going to hurt anything at all except help. It's only, it was good for me and you. It was healthy. It was wholesome. It was something that we starved for because, when we prayed in school, I respected God. And a lot of people don't even know about God now because they don't hear about it at home. And just like they don't have the meals at home.
Now, let me say this. There were people, my community was not so limited or so much of an expansion that there weren't people that didn't go to church and didn't know about, the idea about praying. I get that. But I'm saying for us to take that as another responsibility, take that on to the school. I just think that where we are, and of course, you said you have an amendment, so I'm sure the amendment, I will look forward to seeing what that amendment does.
And I've got a copy of that if you want to be studying. I'd love to give you an advance.
I want to talk to you about the amendment, I'm sure. But as I said, when we talk about this is a way to make sure children are going to act right or do right in the classroom, that's not what's going to.
I don't think
know
that's
a
gonna
whole
hurt.
lot of praying people. And I know they'll have some children and some relatives that are not in that situation, and that are doing crazy things.
It would be great to have that opportunity for somebody to starve for God, starve for prayer, and then leave that school that day and say, Mom, Dad, I want to go to church Sunday. There's something to this. And then we got more mentors around
Let
these
me
kids.
let me tell you how that happens, how I've seen it happen.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not, and many times it came from the school. It may have come from the teacher. It may have come from the counselor. It could have come from Mr. Doc Coleman, who was a custodian, who always had something in his closet that if you needed a bite to eat, he had something there for you. And then Mr. Doc got to know you and decided, I'm going to church Sunday, it's Easter Sunday, or it's Christmas or whatever. I'm going to come by and see you and your mom and see if she will allow you to go to church with me. But that was an example. That child saw that. It wasn't because of the prayer. Mr. Doc probably prayed for a lot of kids. I'm not saying he didn't, but I'm saying he was an example of what I think we want to see in people that are in our schools working with our students. Now, you think that everybody that comes in...
The time has expired. The chair recognizes Representative Daniels of Madison.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. With the gentleman yield.
Absolutely.
Representative, you pulled a fast one on me, didn't you?
How did I do that?
At least you tried to.
How's that?
Because I thought in committee, I thought we discarded of this piece of legislation at HB 43, I think it was. But the exact same piece of legislation is now 511. Help me understand that. I know that there's nothing prohibiting you from introducing the same exact bill twice. I know that. But were the amendments the same?
So there was a substitute when it came in from Representative Sales. And it was a little different. A lot of it had some amendments in it that
Was there any identical amendments on the second piece, on both pieces?
I don't want to say they were identical. They were blended into to the substitute, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I know that there is a rule that it doesn't prohibit you from introducing the same bill twice and have it at two different numbers, but it does prohibit the amendments being similar or the same.
There was no amendments. It was a substitute, total substitute.
It does, amendment, substitute, the same difference.
Yeah.
And that does prohibit the legislature from moving if in fact those amendments or substitute are the same. Did you know that there was such a rule?
I did not, but I know
Well,
that
there is a rule out there,
we're
and
within
I
the
want to
rules. We're
make
within
certain
the-
that folks understand that there is a rule.
Yeah, we're within the rules. I've worked
But
with
back-
OFNI on this, so the expert.
Well,
When you consider
that's-
that OFNI being an expert,
Of course, you know I'm going to challenge that, and I'm going to verify. Trust but verify. Now, here's what I think is very clear. I understand that there are some amendments coming, and a sub and an amendment in addition to the sub. Is that correct? And so when you and I were in committee, our discussion back and forth was relative to the retribution, or I would say the retaliation to any district that did not conform to
and that's been
the
totally
said
taken out.
language
There's
in the bill.
there's no
And so
clawback.
it was 25%. Is that correct? It was 25% of administrative funding.
And that's taken out.
Yeah, and so it's not taken out now.
It's the amendment that's coming in.
Okay, so we're talking about, I'm looking at the current form. I'll be back to address the amendments at the appropriate time. But as it states right now, there's a 25% penalty to any school system that does not comply with this particular legislation if passed through the constitutional amendment process. Is that correct? As written?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay.
As of now, yeah.
Okay. And then it also talks about local school boards having to basically justify why they did not, or they have to take a vote on accepting or not accepting
It was an up and down.
the option. It's an up and down vote, and it needs to be public, right? Is that correct?
No, I don't. I mean, any meeting is going to have to be public.
But is that correct?
Open doors meeting.
That's my question. Is that correct?
Absolutely, every meeting is public.
That's my question. Is that correct?
Every meeting
If every meeting is public, it's still, the vote has to be taken publicly, right? By the school board. And each superintendent has to put a vote up, or school board has to put a vote up on this particular piece of legislation.
That's not going to happen on this legislation. We've got an amendment.
And so I think for me, do you find that this bill will be challenged at all in court? Do you think so?
Not when we get through with the amendments, and if you want to, I'll be glad to get you a copy of the amendments.
Okay.
But Ms. Hall has a copy, but I don't have another copy. But David Faulkner's got a copy. But I don't think with this legislation, we went through everything we could, and with it being a CA and with the changes that we've got, should not be. But you can, challenge anything.
You and I had an agreement on HB 43.
Yeah.
Not HB 511, and so I
think
gotta
you're gonna like this
see. I'm
bill
gonna
a
have
lot
to start
better.
tracking all your pieces of legislation
You
and
may-
have them really vetted, because I'm a little bit. You tried to pull a fast one on me, but
I'm gonna
good thing
open
I
this
wake
up.
up early in the morning before
I'm going to
everybody
open
else.
it up for co-sponsors at the end. You'll be wanting to co-sponsor. when
No,
we get through.
no. It depends on what shape it's in.
Yeah, it's going to be a good shape.
Okay. I just want to set the record straight about the current as written, the piece of legislation as written, and then the trickery that went on, and I like that trick play, but I'm glad I was able to
It
stop
wasn't
you
any
before you
trickery.
scored.
It was just wondering if that bill had died or not died. So we were just out of a abundance of caution, so it wouldn't be challenged. I went with some advice that I had just to file another bill, identical bill.
And I don't think any member in this chamber want to see a school system lose 25% of their funding.
They're not going to.
And if they are open to that happening and voting for this bill, I'm going to say goodbye to them in the next election. And I'll be helping get rid of them. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gidley of Etowah.
Gentleman yield.
Absolutely, sir.
Representative, let me see here if I can kind of clarify some things. When you're introducing this bill, you're not trying to introduce indoctrination or even promote a particular religion. It's about returning the foundations that were there for like almost 200 years. Is that not correct?
Exactly.
You know, the question I would ask people is, until 1962, prayer was as regular in school as anything else. That was the number one thing. They did a short devotion, short prayer. No, not pushing any denomination, but recognizing the hand of God on our schools and on our children. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We removed that in 1962. And my question is, did things get better after that, or did they get worse?
I think if you look at going back, you know, you had a constant fall of a lot of things. You know?
Yes.
We've had to build new prisons. Of course, population went up, but our ratio of criminals went up.
Well, when you look at statistics too, you'll see that almost immediately our grades begin to plummet. Now, about 15 years in, they kind of begin to level off a little bit, but for those first few years, grades plummeted. And it was a 23-word prayer that was at stake, or that was the one that was addressed in the Supreme Court decision. It was a simple prayer that children prayed every morning in a particular school that said, bless us and bless our children, bless our homes, bless our families, bless our parents. That was the little 23-word prayer that they removed. From that time, we've seen divorce hit the roof. We've seen teen pregnancy go through the roof. We saw grades go down. The thing is, you're not promoting a religion here, but we're invoking the very help that our founding fathers understood a nation could not exist without, and that's the hand of God. We're not trying to indoctrinate anybody or put anybody under pressure. Only return back what was taken away. That was precedent for almost 200 years, of the 1960s. So it gives me pause why people want to have such an issue with this, because it's what we did. And we see a marked difference because our founders understood, well, Benjamin Franklin said it at the 1787 convention. He said, if a sparrow can't fall to the ground without his notice, neither can a nation rise to power without his aid. They stopped that convention, took a day of fasting and prayer, and come back and wrote the Constitution of the United States. It still stands today. So basically all we're doing is returning what has been removed that was a foundational principle in our nation from its founding, asking the blessings of God. And I understand that people who sometimes go to church and all that kind of stuff, things don't always go exactly right for every individual. But if we're going to continue as a nation, we must ask the blessings of God, and we must create that foundational principle again in the lives of our students. Isn't that what you're trying to do here, Representative?
Absolutely.
Okay, and I think we must understand that. That's why I think we need to definitely pass this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Chair recognizes Representative Butler of Etowah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank you so much for bringing this bill. There is absolutely a need for this. And I was wanting to point out to the body a few things that I had shared with the committee when we had it in committee last week. You know, from the founding of this nation, when the Pilgrims got here, we had the Mayflower Compact. You could not get off the boat till you signed it, and every single man on the boat signed it. And that, in modern language, says they came in the name of Christ for the discipleship of Christ. That document inspired the Declaration of Independence, which has 4 references to God. It also inspired our Constitution, which is based on biblical principles. But if you looked at where public school began in the church. The term Sunday school comes from school being taught at church on Sunday. The pastors were the very first teachers. The Holy Bible was the first textbook. The Holy Bible is 100% legal to be used today as a history book and a literature book. But also from 1690 to 1930, 240 years, the reader that was used by every single founding father was the New England Primer, which is full of scripture. I have a photo reproduction of that, and it's just amazed that we got to where we are today. And I thank you so much for bringing this legislation.
Thank you. And
thank you.
Thank you you taught me that the other day. And
yes, sir. Thank you, Mr.
awesome
Speaker.
history. Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machines, and the members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 73 yeas, 5 nays. The BR is adopted. The chair now recognizes Representative Jackson of Clark. Well, excuse me, the chair would like to recognize in the gallery Allison Brown. She's a senior at Leeds High School, and she is an intern and a guest of Representative Susan DuBose. Allison, will you please stand to be recognized? Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives.
Thank you, sir. I needed every one of those prayers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the recognition. I won't be before you long. That was a few things that was brought to my attention during the debate. You first came in and said that it's a non-denominational prayer.
That's right.
Now, what is that? What is a non-denominational prayer?
So if somebody wanted to stand up and pray a Jewish prayer in that day for that classroom, they could. If they wanted to stand up and pray a Christian prayer, they could. And
That's not denomination. That's not non-denomination. Judaism is part of religion that they and Christianity is what we do as far as being a denomination, Church, Baptist, Methodist, you know. But there was something that was said. I'm not going to go any farther on that. I'm for a prayer. But what I see this bill doing is maybe the church is failing in its sense of its authority from God, and they want to use the government to do what the church should be doing. And
I don't see it
church and
that way.
state, that's what I'm looking at here.
I mean, do you think every child out there in this state has the opportunity to have a meal? Absolutely not. Do you think every student in this state has the opportunity to play football? No. Do you think every child has the opportunity to worship? Because a lot of them don't know anything about football.
I understand that. And a lot of them don't know anything about religion, but the school is to teach. The parents, it should start at home, according to the scripture. Deuteronomy chapter 6, at home.
Right. We have a lot of parents.
Yeah, but the only religion they're gonna probably get is at school. I'm not arguing that point.
Good.
I'm not arguing that point. Now, that was something else said that since 60, during the 60s, we were doing good until 1960. I want to say, when my ancestors got off the ship, they didn't sign no agreement. They got off in shackles. And you use that Bible to keep them in shackles. And so this is not education here. This is far from it. And so don't try to force your way in your ideologies, because I see too much. Have things gotten better in this nation? Well, it didn't get better until maybe after we got the Voting Rights Act passed and Civil Rights Act passed, and now that's being threatened. Those things are being taken away. You know, people are tired of being suppressed. They're tired of being oppressed. You're talking about everybody should have a right to a meal. I agree with you. In a nation that is said that we the richest nation on the earth and we can't take care of our poor people, then we're going to force them to pray? My God. See. The Bible tells me when you go to your brother and ask for food and he can give it to you, and you say, well, he said, well, I'm going to pray for you to get food. Now, that's not doing the Lord's work, is it? If you have it, I'm not filibustering. I just want to bring out a few points, and I think if we can get together on some things and stop throwing all this red meat out here for election time, you know, this is what this is all about. It's more political than religion and than education. And so
let me say this on that. I've had this bill for 2 years, 3 years actually. And we've worked it, and and it's just a coincidence that we were all coming to the table and get it fixed this year, and it has nothing to do with politics. If I had it to do with politics, I'd be on every TV show trying to broadcast this.
Do you think this is
Have I been on
constitutional?
any TV shows? Have you heard about this on any radio or TV? Absolutely not.
You think it's constitutional? You think it's constitutional?
Is it constitutional? Absolutely. When we get the amendments on the amendment that's coming, it's all good.
Or when you get the amendments, but right now it's unconstitutional. That's what you're saying.
Few minutes.
All right. I'm not bad. I just want to say I just want to clear up some things because everybody didn't sign about God when they got off the ship. My ancestors didn't. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Representative Lands of Madison.
Thank you for the recognition. Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say, first of all, that I come before you today as a praying person. I come before you as a member of the Episcopal Church, a member of Daughters of the King, which is a prayer and service order. I am a person who prays every day. I practice centering prayer. I practice Lectio Divina, which is a form of reading with Scripture. I practice the prayer of examen. I keep Sabbath. In fact, I've written a book about Sabbath keeping, A Day of Rest, and be happy to share a copy with you,
I'd love to have a
Representative
copy.
Ingram. And I know you are sincere. I see you as genuine, and I know what's in your heart is to offer something that gets people back to basics.
Thank you.
Back to an earlier time. And I know you told me in committee that I grew up in a generation where we prayed in church. And that may be, but I don't remember it. And I asked my husband, and he doesn't remember either. So if we did pray in school, it must have been so rote as to be not memorable. But I absolutely agree with you that we need to get back to basics. I'm just not agreeing in the way we go about that. And I have said for many years that there are 3 simple things that we could do that would solve a lot of the problems we are facing today as a people. 3 very simple things. The first of those is have silence. We don't have silence anymore in this world. Think about when people lived 100 years ago, there was silence. There was no telephone, there was no television, there was no HVAC noise. There was silence, and lots of it. We also worked harder. We moved more. Most Americans were farmers, and we moved our bodies. And we were also outdoors more by part of that farming lifestyle. So we got vitamin D, and we were out in nature. And I think those 3 things, making time for silence, moving more, and being outdoors, would solve a lot of the problems that we're seeing today. And we have real problems. We have a mental health crisis, and we have hungry children, and we have work to do. So I do believe that we need to address these issues. And I think one way to do it would be to think about how to get some silence back in these kids' lives, how to get a time of outdoor play. It's been said that God's first language is silence. And I ask you in committee if you would consider a moment of silence could be considered prayer.
I would add it to the bill, but prayer is, praying out loud is what's contagious, and that moment of silence has no religion to that at all if they can't hear somebody pray. So we brought this up in committee, you did, and I know you voted against the bill in committee, but I would not take the moment of silence as not a prayer, and this is a prayer bill. A moment of silence, I couldn't agree with you more as far as we need more silence. We need probably less pollution. We need more kids playing outside instead of watching kids play, and so I totally agree that we do need more silence, but this is a prayer bill and not a silence bill. And that may be a different bill.
We haven't adopted the sub yet, so
Okay.
well, I'll call you back.
Okay, thank you. So when you say non-denominational prayer, does that mean a non-denominational Christian prayer?
It's a non-denominational prayer. If somebody wanted to pray their Jewish prayer, it's whatever you want to say as far as a non-denominational. And if it happens to be that that's a Muslim school and they wanted to pray the Muslim prayer, then I don't have a problem. At least they got faith, okay? It's a non-denominational. But I am a Christian, and I support Christian values, but I also respect people on their religion.
Well, I appreciate that. But I still feel like there is a problem when kids are identified as being different, as being the other. So I'm just trying to imagine for a moment, and imagine, Representative Ingram, that you're that little Jewish boy. Or I can imagine perhaps I'm that Muslim girl. And most of the prayers are not of your faith. Occasionally, you might get the opportunity to offer that. Do the other kids then make fun of you as that little Jewish boy? Do you think that the other kids, that might be an
I think
opportunity?
they're going to make fun of
for
anybody
kids?
over anything that they want to make fun. If they're bullies, they're bullies. But if they, hopefully that's, we have a lot more faith in our students than what you're thinking. Yeah.
I'm just afraid, and that fear, that any child might be put in a position where he feels unwelcome or she feels unwelcome. And I feel that we are giving favor to those wealthy families that can then afford to take their children elsewhere using the CHOOSE Act, and no fault of the public school systems who can no longer provide a truly welcoming and inclusive environment. So I do have concerns about this further alienating and dividing our students. I also have concerns about our children's mental health. I wish it was as simple as prayer. I just think we've moved into a world that is far too complex these days. I do think we need to get back to basics. I do think people should have the opportunity to pray, but I think it should be of their own volition. I don't believe we should be mandating that. And again, I'll say all this as a praying person. I have prayed about this bill, and I have looked to St. Francis and asked to let me be an instrument of your peace. And I come here with that mindset to offer peace, to offer a solution, to find a way for us to move through this that really looks at what's best for the children.
Well, what I would recommend is getting with David Faulkner, look at his amendment, and pray about it. Because I think once you read this bill, I don't see how you can vote against it after the amendment is passed. And I would, if you're the faith of what you think that I would hope that you would be, is I think everybody would promote prayer in school and prayer anywhere. And this country is based on "In God We Trust," and that's what this country was built on. And if we take prayer out, which we have, and we don't put it back in, then we're failing our citizens and our students. Thank you for your words.
I am in favor of a moment of silence. I think that gives us the opportunity to listen for God, which I think sometimes is far more important. We don't do enough of that. So again, at the appropriate time, I'd like to offer my amendment, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rafferty of Jefferson.
Hey, thank you for the recognition. All right. Well, Representative, I appreciate your work on this this bill. I know that you said that it's taken you a couple years to get through it and get it up even to this point, correct?
Right. And when it first started, it was a lot more blunt.
I just had some quick questions, okay? I just want you to walk me through, okay? First, look at this consent form required under Section B. It requires a parent to sign an express waiver of the right to bring a state or federal claim, including establishment clause claim. Is that correct?
In the amendment, all that goes away. In the sub, it goes away too. So on the sub that we're working on now, that's absolutely out of
So you're saying that all goes away at that
It
point?
goes away.
With which
The
amendment?
permission slip is out on the sub, and it'll be out on the amendment. So what the bill does at the end of the day, no school loses any funding if they don't have to take a vote on it. They don't have to take any action. Just allowing the student to have a volunteer prayer of a non-denominational in the mornings.
Okay.
And if it's not done, it's not a big deal. It's just got to be offered for that time.
But you had to take out that piece right there, correct?
piece is out.
Okay, so that piece is coming out, the waiver. So we're not talking about signing away constitutional rights forever by the parents for the student, correct? That is gone now,
That
right?
permission slip is out.
Okay.
So if a student doesn't want
Is
to
the
hear the prayer, they step
enforcement,
in
is the
hallway.
funding penalty still in there?
The what?
The funding penalty.
It is gone. It'll be out.
Funding penalty is gone as well.
On the
All right.
amendment.
All right. So I guess I still got one question about, you described this bill as protecting voluntary religious expression, right? And I want to test that real quick.
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
I want to test that. I want to test your claim that this is protecting voluntary religious expression.
Okay.
I want, under the bill structure, a child who does not participate must be in a situation where they are not in the physical presence or hearing of the prayer, correct?
I think. I can barely hear you, but
Okay. Well,
I think so.
So what I'm saying is, under the bill structure, which, as my understanding, does not get changed, a child who does not participate must be in a situation where they are not in the physical presence or hearing of the prayer.
If they don't want to participate, there is language in there where the child can step out of the room while it's
Where the child can step out of the room. Okay. So in a school with a one classroom per grade, which describes many rural schools, where does the non-participating child go during that prayer period?
So it's not a prayer period, I don't guess. It's not like a first grade, second.
Well, the prayer
first
period can
second
be, it can
grade.
be 30 seconds long, or it could be a whole.
So it would be generally, it'd be up to the school board to set up the parameters. But 90% of the time, when we pray and say the pledge, which is supposed to be doing now, and a lot of schools
Sure.
aren't doing it, it's at home class, homeroom, when you first start the class.
Okay, but they would still be in the school, correct? I mean,
They'd be in the school,
presumably they
right.
might be in the hallway, library,
It would be in the classroom.
an alternative room, or something like that.
It's a classroom.
What's a classroom? Where the child that did not want to participate would have to be relocated to.
No, I don't. There's no, studies going on yet. The way you visualize it, you say the pledge before you start your class studies. And so that.
I'm not
would be
talking about
done
the
at
pledge
same
part. I'm
time.
talking about the prayer part right now.
Well, that's the same at the same time. So the prayer and the pledge would be at the same time at the homeschool. You don't do it in every classroom.
Okay.
And a lot of that would be the
But
parameters
if they are
that you
asked,
would need
but
to
if they
get
have to, if they have to move from the room, they're in the hallway or library. We're still every other child knows why, right? So you're pretty much otherizing that child because it has to be voluntary. So for that one child in the hallway, while our classmates pray, how is that experience different from it being compulsion at that point?
I didn't hear it. What?
How is that different from it being compulsion?
So the prayer would be set up, the procedure would be set up by the school board, and they would not be praying in the hallway. I wouldn't think it would only be praying in the classroom, if that's what you're asking. So he's not exposed to it, or he or she. They can step out, but I don't know of any student who would step out. Private schools being taught now, and 90% of them are praying, and I don't know. I've never heard of a child stepping out of the classroom because they felt offended about praying.
Right.
We don't want We don't want.
But maybe they are of a different religion. They don't want to participate in say a Christian prayer, or
Or maybe the Christians don't want to participate in the Muslim prayer, you know.
Correct, okay.
But, you know, it's a 30 seconds, and I think that out of I think we're putting too much thought in what you're talking about. I don't know that a whole classroom is going to step into the hallway on that. I've never heard of a private school having that issue, when I know Muslim students are going to a private school here in Montgomery, and I know that they're a Christian school.
That's
and
a
they
private
pray.
school. We're talking about public school here, right?
Yeah, I know, but I think there is an amendment to make it to where if they take dollars, that they will be able to do that.
So we're all working to this amendment that's coming then at this point, correct? Is that kind of what you're saying? You're depending on all of this debate right now about the current bill that we're debating on speculation that this amendment will pass moving forward, correct?
I feel pretty good that everybody doesn't want the money taken away from the schools.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this
That's
bill
the
right
amendment.
now. The text I have in front of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Well, I think it makes it better.
And I know you're a man of faith, right? And I want to respect that because I am too. I'm a fellow believer. So do you believe that prayer organized by a school board conducted under a state mandated policy, which this is a state mandated policy?
This is not going to be led by the teachers or
It
by
is under the
administration.
current language right now, though. So
yeah, and
that's what we're talking about.
I don't think that's.
You're presuming that an amendment that's going to fix all these issues is going to pass.
Yeah, so that's going to change exactly.
Do you believe that the prayer organized by a school board conducted under state mandated policy, backed by a funding penalty? Do you believe that prayer is the same spiritually as prayer that arises from a person's own heart?
All the funding component, like we talked about, is coming out. All that piece is coming out on the amendment, and I do have a copy of the amendment if you would like to get a copy.
Are you talking about the sub, or are we talking about this amendment here?
We're talking about the sub. I'm talking about the amendment where it all comes out. All the funding clawback has been agreed upon with the superintendents. Thanks.
Okay, well, let's look at one more thing then. So we want to look at some of the operative language in the substitute, if you will. Section A2 says each local board of education shall adopt a policy requiring each public K-12 school to, and I'm quoting the bill here, conduct a prayer. Is that correct?
That's what you think.
Yes, it is. It says it in section A2. The word conduct, that's the school conducting the prayer, not a student praying on their own. Not a student-led prayer club. The school itself is required to conduct a prayer. Is that a fair reading?
It's going to change when the amendment comes.
Well, the bill says conduct right now, not facilitate. And so if you're going with that, if the intention is to facilitate, why doesn't the bill just say that? Or is that what's coming in the sub too? The sub I keep.
Well, if you got a copy of the sub, I would hope.
Well, I have a
Because
copy of
that
the
passed out
sub.
committee.
Yes, this is language from the sub I'm looking at. Is the amendment going to fix that part? That was a question. Is the amendment going to?
To be honest with you, I couldn't hear your question. It's so loud in here.
So right now, if we're going to skip ahead, we're talking about the sub. The word conduct, that's the school conducting the prayer. Not a student praying on their own, not a student-led prayer club. The school itself is required to conduct the prayer. Is that a fair reading? I'm asking
Fair
you.
reading of the sub.
It's a
but
fair
it
reading of the
does
sub. Thank you.
change
That's
in
what I
amendment.
need. The bill says conduct, not facilitate.
It changes
If
it.
the intent is facilitation, why doesn't the bill say that? We're proposing to write this into the Constitution. Shouldn't the operative verb match its intent?
Yeah, so we changed a lot
Does
of
that change in this amendment that you keep talking about?
That's right.
All
That's
right.
gonna change. And
So
I
you're saying
totally
that conduct's will no longer be in it at the very end of this, at the very end of where we're.
I guess
so
you'll wait
final
and
passage.
see, because when the sponsor of the sub brings it, he'll explain the sub, and you can ask that question then.
Okay. All right. So I mean, students in Alabama public schools already have the constitutional right to pray voluntarily at any time during the school day. That right is protected by the free exercise clause,
That's
right?
out of the classroom.
Oh, and has never been restricted. Is there anything in current Alabama law that would prevent students from praying right now?
Yes, constitutional has been challenged because they cannot pray
But
in
like,
the classroom.
there's no more first priority clubs. There's no more.
I think that's still
rally
still
around the
got that.
flagpole kind of thing.
Anything that's
because
legal
that
now-
is student-led prayer and a student-led
And
prayer
that's the-
club.
that's the people-
Gentleman's
And those
time
haven't
has
been ruled
expired.
unconstitutional. All right. Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 88 yeas, no nays, and the substitute's been adopted. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Faulkner.
Got the right one?
Representative Ingram, I have an amendment that we've discussed, and I need to give 3 copies. 2. Representative Ingram, to explain the amendment to the bill. On replace lines 33 through 39 on page 2 with the following.
Can we do this,
Yeah.
Representative Faulkner, Chairman?
Yeah.
Can you give me the number at the top so we don't get them mixed up, so we make sure we're talking about the same? We've had 2 amendments.
That's right. That's right. We had to fix
Right.
so this is in 33J4-1.
Okay. Got it.
You got it?
Got
Okay.
it. Thanks.
So
I had 3 of them up here.
So I think the main thing, we've heard a lot of comments, and I do appreciate you talking to me and working with me on these amendments. I think the main thing that I would call out is we're replacing lines 52 through 56 on page 2 with the following. And this is of the committee sub. Each local board of education shall adopt a policy requiring each public K-12 school under its jurisdiction to allow a prayer to be conducted, provided that, 1, the prayer must be initiated and led by a student.
That's right.
And that's what you've been talking about. And you said that was your intent.
That was mine.
And 2, no student may be required to participate in a prayer. So I think that is real significant to the comments that have been made to people, is that this will be a student-initiated and student-led prayer. So if it's not initiated by a student or led by a student, it won't occur.
That's correct.
And that's what you and I had discussed.
So it's a volunteer basis only, and they are welcome to pray if they so desire.
Okay. And then the other thing, I think the major change that was made is that we've taken out the intercom system, the speaker that runs through a school. And we have said what you've changed that to is beginning lines 46 through 48 on page 2, the beginning of each school day.
That's right.
So we've set a designated time, and you said this was your intent all along, is that it would be at the beginning of each school day to conduct the Pledge of Allegiance, and then
that's right.
If a student initiates and wants to, then the prayer can happen. So I think that's the main part of this.
There's one more, the clawback on the money is in this.
Yeah, so what you have done here in the first part of this amendment is we're replacing lines 33 through 39 on page 2 with the following. Policies requiring each public K-12 school to conduct the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag, to authorize local boards of education to adopt policies allowing student-initiated and student-led prayer, to provide for the report and investigation of violations, and to authorize the state superintendent of education to take appropriate action against certain offending local boards. What this amendment does, though, it takes out the 25% funding. There's no reduction in school funding for a violation of this. It first has to be the local board has to determine there's been a violation within its own school, and then if they determine, then it's reported to the state superintendent, and what it allows for is him to take appropriate action. And that's where it ends, I believe. I don't think it states what that action is.
That's right. It would be up to the administration.
You've left that
Let each body, each department take care of it, principal, superintendent, or whatever it may fall.
Right. So, and I think, and members, we have copies of the amendment if you would like to see that. It does also have the opt-out provision for both the pledge and the prayer. And I think for the most part, Representative, I've got each line right here, but that's what it does. That's what it does in substance. And I would ask that you be willing to take that amendment. I think you said you would take this amendment, and
I consider this to be a friendly amendment.
And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd move for adoption of the floor amendment to the committee sub.
We've got several lights on. Let's ask anybody, does anybody want to speak on the amendment? Okay, the chair recognizes Ms. Drummond of Mobile to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the gentleman still yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to point out something else because we still have the language in the bill as it relates to the superintendent, because there's a mechanism already in place under law that, because this will be law, it's going to be a constitutional amendment on the floor. So why are we still have that language in there for the superintendent of education? I am so appreciative of this amendment. First, I want to declare that I'm appreciative of this amendment because it cleans it up and it makes it really good. And I thank you and I thank the sponsor as well. But I will come with another amendment to remove the language for the Department of Education superintendent, because there's a mechanism already under law that if they violate the law like anything else, you know, they will be penalized. So it's called an injunction.
Yeah, that is not part of the amendment.
Yes, I know.
But
and
I think
see, I was sitting there waiting because when you say, and I'm happy the 25% has been taken out. I am so grateful for that. But I don't think that it needs to go, because what if I don't know if this will happen. We don't even, the law that what we're doing here today, the constitutional amendment will not declare what the policy is that the department or the superintendent will take. We don't know what that will be.
Yeah.
And I don't know, you don't know, and I don't know.
Right.
So I think that language should be stricken out. So I'll come with an amendment for that. So I thank you, I thank the sponsor, and I appreciate this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Warren of Macon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must apologize. I have been so confused because I thought I had the right document in my hand and I didn't have the right document. And I think this is your corrected amendment now to go along with the substitute one, right? Okay, to deal with it. And again, I just want to also thank you for taking that. I couldn't even conceive of us taking educational monies out of our poor school systems, no matter what goes on. We need to constantly put money in there, so I think that's great. And I think in yours, you were saying that the students can volunteer to be in the prayer. So now, how does that really position itself? If they're praying on the intercom, does that mean the students will leave the classroom, leave the building? How would that be?
Yeah, so this takes out the intercom. This is Representative Ingram's, these amendments, he said was his intent all along, is what he really wanted to have happen, is that he wanted this to be a student-led, student-initiated type thing at the beginning of the school day. So the intercom is out. That is not part of the law, what he's putting in place. And that this amendment will eliminate that language of it being part of the intercom or through the entire school. And it changes it to say that it's at the beginning of a school day. So what he's saying is the local Board of Education has to have a policy that allows for student-led, student-initiated prayer at the beginning of each school day. That's what this amendment is going to bring his bill down to. And it also takes out tying the clawback on funds for schools. That is also out. And that is something Representative Ingram agreed to with the superintendent, with the school officials, that he would take that provision out. It's just now down to if there's a violation, the local board looks into it, then the local board can involve the state superintendent, and it just says he may take appropriate action. And I think the reason for that is trying to avoid lawsuits.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure we're going to get one, because you know the federal government has already ruled against us on this. So it's going to be challenged. There's no doubt about that. And you know, and also I think what it sends in this whole discussion, it might send a misinterpretation of what we're trying to do here, because I think everybody in this chamber believes in prayer. Everybody. And I think that truly there are some parents that are not teaching any religion in their homes and probably wouldn't want their children to have any religion. So that's respecting that parent too. And also I think it goes a little bit farther, because as I started thinking about my granddaughter, she has a friend who's a Russian, she has a Hispanic, she has an Asian, and one of them a Buddhist, okay? All this is in junior high school. So when you start looking at that diversity of those religions and trying to understand it, because like I said, it has become difficult for me trying to explain things to my kids so she won't call me a racist, okay? I mean, she said, Granny, that's being a racist. I said, I'm not being a racist. I'm respecting everybody's position, but you have to understand that they got it. And I think I don't want anybody to dare think that I don't believe in prayer, because I'm probably different from anybody in this body. I went to a private church boarding school where we had devotion every day. Not only did we have prayer, we even got a sermon every morning that we went to school, okay? So I don't want anybody to think
That's
that...
part of what's made you such a great person that you are.
I don't want anybody to think that I am not in favor of children praying and teaching religion, because, I mean, that's what it's all about. But I don't want us to get to a point where we made it so political until we lose the true meaning and the will of God, what he wants us to accomplish in this deal, okay?
Yes.
Yes. It's always thy will be done.
And Representative Warren, you know, I come from a community. We have a very large Jewish population in my community. I've grown up, some of my best friends are of the Jewish faith. So, you know, it's very important, and Representative Ingram knows this. I mean, it's very important. You know, there must be given equal time. And what I didn't want to see is something where a student feels out of place, feels ostracized, you know, because they share a different faith. We have to give equal time and equal consideration to all faiths. And I do feel like this amendment goes a long way in making this bill much better, particularly the fact that we're saying the beginning of each school day, and we're saying that it's student-led, student-initiated prayer. Because you get into all kinds of questions.
Yeah.
Then who leads the prayer? What prayer? What prayers can be led? What prayers can't be led? So I think the fact that Representative Ingram, you know, he sees this was his intent, a friendly amendment to make this a student-led, student-initiated prayer at the beginning of the school day. And so, you know, I'm really glad that
I
he
think
sees this.
It does put a different meaning to it now. Like I said, I really couldn't take the one being punitive to a school for not praying, and we need every penny we can get in our school system. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess my question probably went to the some more than you, because my main concern was what defined participating with prayer.
Yes.
What would that definition be when we say whether a child wants to participate or not to participate? How would that look?
Right. And the language is going to say no student may be required to participate in a prayer.
What would that be?
Well, meaning that they don't have to be present for that prayer if they don't want to be.
So if they're present but still don't want to participate, how does that look? You know, I might not want to leave the room, but then I don't want to be a part of what's going on. So I don't know how that works.
Right. Well, you know, the local board will be in charge of this, but that is the language that will be in here, saying that they do not have to participate. It will also, the fact that it's the beginning of the school day, Representative Moore, is what I'm thinking, you know, it may be such that, you know, you just don't go in.
I might want to be in the room, but I just don't want to have somebody praying over me.
Well, yeah, praying over you, but
I don't want nobody to lead no prayer. I'm in the room. I don't want to have that prayer.
Right, and you have the option to. You can also.
I don't want to leave.
Right, you don't have to go.
I want to sit in my seat, but I don't want to hear somebody praying.
I hear you.
You see what I'm saying?
I do.
Because at the end of the day, I don't understand why we're passing or even having this conversation on this bill. And my rationale is that I don't see anywhere in the Bible where God made it mandatory for us to do anything. He said you can elect to do my will my way and be a follower or not. But here we are as human beings mandating what people ought to do. I can't understand that and why we would want to accomplish that. I heard at one point that some people don't have anything to do with religion, but that might be their home. And then I heard that it could be a possibility that somebody might convert to a faith. Now, I went to school where not only did you have to have prayer every day, but every child had to have a Bible verse. Needless to say, many of my friends didn't have no Bible verse, so we always remembered our Sunday school class so we could take a Bible verse to school the next day for our friend, because we know they weren't going to anybody's church. But at the end of the day, that didn't have a positive or negative impact on that person. They were just following rules and regulations, knowing that every child had to have a Bible verse that they learned in church every Sunday when they didn't go to church. And what we would do in Sunday school is write down, make sure we had a little piece of paper to write down 2 or 3 Bible verses that we could take to our friends who we knew didn't go to church on Monday so they could have some for the rest of the week.
That's good.
And but no, it wasn't good because...
Well, that you did that.
No, we did it for them, but it had no impact on their life. But we as legislators are mandating what God did not mandate. He ain't never mandated that we do anything. He just say, here's my will. You could take up and follow me if you want to. If you don't want to, then okay. You know, He hadn't punished us, but we know what we get when we don't follow him. And then some of us, through our mouths, say we follow him, but the actions we have shown show that we clearly do not follow the word of God by the way we treat each other on a daily basis. But I just don't understand how would it look for someone to sit in the classroom and say, I don't want to leave the classroom, but I don't want someone praying over me. And I can imagine that once you all run this over a lot of people, then I can imagine parents are going to be calling school districts for quite some time because their child is going to come home and say, somebody prayed this prayer, this or that prayer over me, and I didn't feel comfortable with it. So I don't know when we got into mandatory business. I pray because I'm a follower of Christ. Not only am I a follower of Christ, but I try to treat people right. I don't come into a legislative bodies and mandate people act or follow Christ the way that I do, or even have any concern about their fellow man the way I do. And I don't think God is pleased with us doing that, because that's his authority. It's not ours. And he didn't leave any of us with that authority to say that if people don't pray, then there's a consequence. And I understand them taking the financial part out, but I can promise you, when they allow Mackey, who is scared of his own shadow, and tell him he's got to mandate something, Mackey gonna go back in and put a financial penalty as to for school districts that don't either enforce this or mandate it. But at the end of the day, there's nothing in the scripture that gives any of us that authority to mandate that people pray. You know, if that's something that we do voluntarily, we practice whatever faith we practice, we do it voluntarily. Nobody comes in and say, you got to be a Buddhist, you got to be a Catholic, you got to be a Christian, you got to be a Hindu. Nobody does that. And there's nothing in the Bible that I have that says that. I cannot see God being pleased with the actions that this body is taking today, because he's never mandated anything for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Clark of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
So Representative Faulkner, thank you for bringing this amendment, but I still need some clarification.
Okay.
So a student, this would be student initiated,
And student-led.
and so a student makes the request of whom?
I assume it would be this is the local school board's parameter here. So a local school board will be the ones to make these determinations. Whoever is, whether it's the classroom teacher, whether it's an administrator, wherever that is, it's going to be up to the local school board to decide at the beginning of each school day if a student comes to them and says, I would like to pray, then they're to form a policy around that.
Okay,
So this leaves a lot, the committee sub, and even, while I've got this amendment that Representative Ingram is taking and is friendly, those things are up to the local school board.
So some things still have to be worked out.
It still have to be worked out by the local board, but it does have to be student-initiated and student-led prayer.
And so begs the question for me of whether in the classroom, homeroom, wherever that request is made, might there be a vote by the class on whether they want I know that a student could leave the room, not participate, but what if a majority of the students don't want this? What happens then?
Yeah, so, this is up to the local board of education to form their policy. But again, the law is going to say that they have a policy and that it allow for student-initiated, student-led prayer. That's what the amendment's going to take it to. And it also has to give, the local board has to give an opt-out. So however they frame it to happen at the beginning of each school day, it's going to be up to that local board to make those decisions.
And I would hope that those policies would be inclusive. I mean, totally inclusive, so that any child of any denomination
That's correct.
would have the opportunity.
Oh, I think it has to be.
Just as we do in this chamber.
I think it has to be. I think for the bill to be constitutional, I think you've got to give, if a student's of this faith and a student's of another faith, I think you have to give equal time, whether that be on the same day, whether it be on different days. Now that I don't know. That would be up to the local board, but I absolutely think it has to be inclusive.
I bet you're familiar, Representative Faulkner, of a case called Wallace versus Joffrey.
You'll have to refresh me. I've kind
This
of
brings back so much memories of
Wallace v.
being the governor. Wallace versus Joffrey, Jaffree. This brings back memories of my days of working as a newspaper journalist. And for the record, I just want to read a little bit of background about this case. And it says, Mr. Speaker, can we get a little bit of quiet? I just want to read a little bit about a background about the case Wallace versus Joffrey as it appears in Wikipedia. It says, an Alabama law authorized teachers to set aside 1 minute at the start of each day for a moment of, quote, meditation or voluntary prayer, unquote. Ishmael Jaffrey, an American citizen, was a resident of Mobile County, Alabama, and a parent of 3 students who attended school in the Mobile County public school system. 2 of his 3 children were in the 2nd grade. I don't remember whether they were twins. And the 3rd was in kindergarten. His youngest was made fun of by his peers because he refused to say the prayers. On May 28, 1982, Joffrey brought a kid's suit naming the Mobile County Public School Board, various school officials, and the minor plaintiffs, 3 teachers, as defendants. Joffrey sought a declaratory judgment and an injunction restraining the defendants from, quote, maintaining or allowing the maintenance of regular religious prayer services or other forms of religious observances in the Mobile County Public Schools in violation of the First Amendment as made applicable to states by the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Joffrey's complaint further alleged that 2 of his children had been subjected to various acts of religious indoctrination and that the defendant teachers had led their classes in saying certain prayers in unison on a daily basis, that as a result of not participating in the prayers, his minor children had been exposed to ostracism from their peer group classmates, and that Joffrey had repeatedly but unsuccessfully requested that the prayers be stopped. The original complaint mentioned no specific statutes, but the case later dealt with 3 laws for public schools in Alabama. The first law from 1978 created a minute of silence for meditation. The second law, 1981, added the option of voluntary prayer. The third law, 1982, authorized teachers to recite a prayer with, quote, willing students. And then it says, despite initially granting a preliminary injunction, the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Alabama ultimately allowed the practice, found in favor of defendants, and upheld all 3 laws. Well, ultimately, this case was appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, the nation's highest court, ruled 6-3 that the Alabama laws from 1981 and 1982 violated the U.S. Constitution. but it upheld the law from 1978 that enabled a minute of silence for medication in public schools of Alabama. And I read that because I strongly encourage us to adopt the amendment that Representative Lands is going to bring, calling for a period of silence in the classroom rather than specific prayers.
Yeah, you know, that is. I was listening to you. I wasn't familiar with the case, but you know, there were some differences in that. I heard you read they had to say their prayers in unison, and that the teacher joined in that case, and they set them together. Here, Representative Ingram's bill does have an opt-out provision, and it makes clear you do not have to participate. So I'm not saying I'm not a constitutional scholar on the issue, but he does have some provisions.
I mean, Representative Faulkner, kids can be cruel. I mean, we're talking about kindergarten kids here who were poking fun at their peer who opted out. And that's why I wanted to read this. I, too, am a religious person, a sinner, but a religious person. I'm in church at a vigil mass every Saturday. And Representative, Mr. Pro Tem, I'm the senior altar server at St. James Major. I bet you were an altar boy. But at any rate, I'm there. I participate fully. I believe in the power of prayer.
Yes, ma'am.
But I am so afraid that this is going to cause some of our children to be ostracized. I appreciate you bringing the amendment, but I just hope everybody thinks about this, you know, as we move forward and prepare to vote on your amendment and the bill as substituted and amended.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Van of Jefferson to speak on the amendment.
We're on the amendment. My amendment to the sub. Is that it? That may be a copy of it, Juan.
If you don't mind refreshing my recollection, I've been preoccupied and predisposed speaking with other members. Now, your amendment does what?
It is clarifying that there's no intercom system here being used. It's saying that the local school board shall have a policy at the beginning of each school day. So it makes it clear that it's the beginning of each school day, because the committee sub really doesn't have a time frame. And then what it does is it clarifies and makes it now that the prayer must be initiated by and led by a student, and no student may be required to participate in a prayer. It also has that the school board must have a policy to allow an opt-out so that students don't have to participate. It takes out the provisions that said you could withhold school funding if you violated this. And it gives it to the local board of education, the state superintendent to take appropriate action, but it takes out the provisions that said you could withhold school funding.
Okay, my thought on it is simple. First of all, I think the bill is not necessary. That's number one. With all due respect to the sponsor, I think he's a fine gentleman. He's been most gracious and probably one of the most kindest people to me in this chamber in many regards. I think the bill is an overreach, number one, because even if you're bringing this amendment that speaks to all of those things that you have so eloquently rolled off, at issue is if I have a child, and regardless if my child is reading or speaking the prayer, he or she is still in the room at the time that the prayer is being initiated. So your amendment still doesn't do anything
with regards to if I don't want my child to participate, if my child is that child that I don't want to participate, are they being allowed to go out of the room during that particular time period? Because if not, your amendment doesn't do anything other than speaks to who the person or the person who could lead the prayer and they can opt in. But what about the person who is there in the room, the student A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, who will be sitting there when student Q, R, S, and T, you know, so your amendment really is for naught. Because at the end of the day, if the issue is I don't want my child to participate or I don't want my child involved on that level or to be associated with this law, the only way that can happen if there is a provision for that child to be able to step outside during that time period. Because if not, your amendment is just an amendment that looks good on paper, but it doesn't accomplish the task for me as a parent. And, you know, like I said, I just got in here now. I know I'm slow, but I'm sure, and it doesn't usually take me that much time to get in here and figure out what you all are doing. But if I'm listening to you and what you just said is that there is an opt-out. At issue, what my colleagues are speaking of is this being forced upon a child, whether they are leading the prayer or not. Because you just spoke about the person leading the prayer. You spoke about the opt-out of not having to participate, but at the end of the day, what is the opt-out if I don't want my child so associated? Is the opt-out that he or she be able to go outside for that 1 minute or 2 minutes? Or are they forced to sit there listening to those willing participants deliver a prayer?
Yeah, they are not. They're not required to sit there and listen or participate in any prayer.
What will they do? So the ones who do, if you don't want your child to participate during the morning when the announcement is made, where do those children go?
So, you know, Representative Ingram's his bill, and with this amendment, will allow it to be at the beginning of each school day, and that local board, you either do not go in, you don't have to walk in to participate, or if you're already in where the prayer is being done, then you can leave.
So is this...
No one would be forced.
So is this per class, or is this per everybody in the school at 7 o'clock? There is a prayer moment or a prayer hour at 7 o'clock.
See, that's what these previous questions. The local board of education is being left with that authority to come up with that.
So then it takes me back. If the local board of education has to definitively or to define what that looks like or how we curate that process, why don't we know if this is at the beginning of the day now, whatever time it is it school-wide, or are they leaving it up to each teacher? Because if it's left up to each teacher, each classroom, it still takes me back to the comment that I made. If I don't want my child to participate, is there a provision that will allow my child to step outside?
Yes.
Because where is it in the bill?
Yes.
It says that my child does not have to sit there. I'm not talking about the person delivering the prayer. I'm talking about the participants, the sideline.
Yes, ma'am.
So it does say that.
Yeah. Yes. The amendment is on line 29 of the amendment.
I got the opt-out.
Okay.
I spoke about the opt-out, but what will be the mechanism and procedure? Will my child be able to step outside the classroom? Where will they go if I do not want them to participate? Because you can opt out of something on paper, but the opt-out in this instance will have to be, or should be, that during that prayer moment or hour, that child should be able to walk out of the classroom for that 2 minutes or 3 minutes until the prayer is over.
That's correct.
So, but opting out and how it's written doesn't say that. What will be the provision?
So it says, any policy adopted by a local board of education That local board is the one who's going to decide where this happens, whether it's in a classroom, whether it's in the middle of the school, but it's at the beginning of each school day, and it's up to the local school board to decide that policy.
You still don't get me to the opt-out. You saying they can opt out. If I'm hearing the word opt-out, I'm looking at it more along the lines of being that person who will deliver the prayer, who will whatever. But I want a mechanism or something in place that says that a provision will be made for those, not just this, just general basic opt-out language. We can opt out of prayer in here. There are a lot of folks come in this chamber, when they start praying, I walk out the door because I don't want to hear not one word of prayer from them. Or I will stand here, or I will sit down and I will not rise. Because I don't want everybody praying for me, number one. That's number one, and I don't want everybody praying over me. And you have to also be careful about who lays hands on you, because there are spirits that dwell within. So I don't want to put anyone in that position no differently than what I am, but I am a full-grown adult. So there is a difference. But if a child should say, in that instance, I don't want to stand in place to listen to this person pray, may I step out in the hallway? I want someone to tell me that that child will be able to step out in the hallway. I don't believe in putting my religion on anybody. Every man for himself and God for us all. I am a biblical scholar. But at the end of the day, my religious and my beliefs not gonna get you in heaven, and it ain't gonna get you nowhere. So I don't want to put that on someone. So I would like to say, however this bill pans out, and hopefully I'll get a chance to come back and speak to the speaker a little bit more, that we make sure that those safeguards in place, because I think this is a very slippery slope. I think this is a very slippery slope that we're going in with regards to this piece of legislation. I think it is an overreach. I think it is an excessive entanglement with religion and those processes, and I just don't want to be a part of it. Thank you for allowing me to speak on the amendment.
Question for the body's adoption of the amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Reed, will you get...
Have all the members voted? 95 yeas, no nays. The amendment is adopted. The chair now recognizes.
Thank you, Representative.
Ms. Lands, do you have an amendment? Ms. Lands, do you have an amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Lands and Madison.
Thank you for the recognition. Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Is it okay if I ask a question about the amendment? The amendment that was just passed?
Yeah, I got a copy of it if you'd like.
No, I've got a copy, but I just, and I want to say to Representative Faulkner, I appreciate his efforts on this.
Yeah.
I appreciate very much that we've taken the punitive piece out of it, and also to allow it to be student-led and of truly all denominational, any denominational. But I had a couple questions on the mechanics. So how do the students, like, what happens if no student wants to do the prayer?
It's a volunteer basis. It wouldn't be a prayer that day then. It's no clawback.
And what happens if there's one child that does the prayer every day?
Well, I guess if it's only one child that stands up, there's always, when we're in classroom, I'm always the one that raised my hand, even though I got a dumb question or something, but there's always that. You can't stop that. There's always a person that wants to be an overachiever or underachiever or make a fool of themselves,
Okay. Well, I just, I think in light of that, too, I would like to offer my amendment that if the student would like to choose, could
and I hadn't seen the amendment. You didn't leave it with me.
Amendment to House Bill number 511 by Representative Lands.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment is not a friendly amendment. This will gut the bill, and if anybody votes for this, it's voting against prayer in school.
Is that a motion to table?
Could you explain how you think it guts the bill?
Well, because it's a moment of silence. This is a prayer bill. This is not taking down, noise and if you want moment of silence, go outside. But this is moment of silence really has nothing to do with the prayer in this case. So
You don't believe a moment of silence
I think a
could
moment
be
of
a
silence
prayer?
is good, but this is a prayer bill, not a moment of silence bill. This is a prayer bill.
But can't a moment of silence be a prayer?
I guess it could be, but this is not the bill that I'm putting together. No.
I
It's
believe
about prayer, a
it's
moment of
important to listen to God.
Move the table.
Question for the bodies on the motion to table. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Got me. Hey.
Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 74 yeas, 27 nays, and the motion to table prevails.
Thank you for your attempt.
The clerk will, the chair recognizes Representative Drummond of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the kind gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
I wanted to say thank you
Yes,
for,
ma'am.
because this is democracy in action, and I want to thank you for all of your willingness.
Yes, ma'am. And we
And-
talked Friday. We talked this weekend.
Exactly, and I want everybody to know that your heart is in the right place.
Thank you.
Because I think somebody previously said we all want prayer.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I just really want to thank you publicly for all the work that you've done on this bill and all the changes.
Thank you.
I have just a real simple amendment.
Can you explain it?
The amendment simply says replace lines 35 through 39 on page 2 with
Is
the
this on the
Wait a minute. Clerk received the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 511 by Representative Drummond.
And this is on the substitute or the bill itself?
It's on the substitute.
Okay.
And we sort of mirrored it with the substitute. And this language simply says, when you look at it, it simply is for taking the superintendent out to provide for the report and investigation of violations. So we're replacing lines 35 through 39 on page 2 with the following language, and then replace lines 58 through 73 on page 3 with the following. Education shall review the violation. Replace lines 95 through 96 on page 4 with the following language. Pledge of Allegiance of the United States. It simply mirrors the earlier amendment, but it's taking the superintendent out of it because there is already a law on the book that if they violate this state law, there's already measures in place that can be taken to if a board decides not to do it.
Can I have a 30-minute pause to ask to read this and to translate?
30 minutes?
30 seconds, I'm
Okay.
sorry. 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker.
Again, while I'm standing here, I guess I'll start singing the Star Spangled Banner. How about that? I can sing, guys. I am a member of Delaware Street Baptist Church. I was raised up in the choir. I am a Sunday school teacher. Don't I look like I'm a good soprano? Okay. Oh, no. That's why I went back
Mr. Speaker, I find this to be a friendly amendment.
Question for the body is adoption of the amendment. The clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays, and the amendment is adopted.
Thank you for the
Thank you,
amendment.
Mr. Speaker, and
Mr.
thank
Speaker,
the gentleman in body.
I move for final passage
What?
as
Wait a minute.
substituted and
Wait a
amended and
minute.
amended.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall of Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry. There's a lot of moving parts as we do this amendment thing. My colleague from Mobile had an amendment that was part of the process that Representative Faulkner used. So I'm trying to find out. Tell me, now that you have your bill that has been amended, what is the bill doing? Because originally, Representative Faulkner removed lines 33 through 39.
So we took out in the
Okay, just a moment. So he moved 33 through 39, then Representative Drummond started with 36 through 39. So I am saying are we removing 35 through 39, okay. So when you look at Faulkner's, he replaced lines 33 through 39 with policy requiring the K through school to conduct the Pledge of Allegiance, to adopt the policies allowing student-initiated, student-led, to provide for reporting and investigation of violations. He was replacing those. All of that was being replaced. And when am I correct on that?
So the amendment.
He replaced it with these words that I was just reading.
That's right.
And then so now,
Read that amendment there, and you'll see the wordage that was put in on the superintendent portion of that.
35 through 39. Okay. So when I look at 35 through 39, I have, that has been removed. Okay, all of that even that he put in has been
Yes, ma'am.
removed. All right, so we have that, and then on line 58,
And you've got my copy, so I'm going to
yes,
follow
sir,
what
I'll
you
give
say.
it back. Line 58 through 73. And then 95 through 99. All right. Okay, I'm clear. So I'm clear on that, so you can have this back. The other thing that I need to say, Mr. Speaker, while I'm at the mic, many times my colleagues or members of colleagues, when we come up, or I feel when we come up, and we're in opposition to something that is happening, that there is a need to I don't know, rebuff. And maybe it was me, maybe it was the state that I was in. One of the comments that was raised that really got my attention was prior to 1960, we had prayer in the school. We did.
We had it when I was in school.
Right,
and
but
even
I
back in the
think I
70s.
said to you, I had it when I was in school. But what has happened since 1960? Prior to 1960, our school, hold up just a moment. Prior to 1960, most of our schools in the South were segregated. Many of us that went to school in the South or went to school at all started at a church school. So I just want people to be sensitive to comments that are being made. Now, if you want to go back to the 60s or before the 60s, prayer is not prayer is just a small bit of helping those of people that look like me to get through the 60s. And in looking, when we look at this, I didn't come to I talked about the Constitution. I looked at it from the fact that the courts ruled that this was not, that prayer in school was not something to do, that because of the different types of religion, et cetera, et cetera. Now, yeah, we can have these bills and we can differ on them. But if you're thinking of what it was like, I just say be sensitive to the fact that when you make these kinds, and I'm not talking to you, but I'm speaking to all of us, that when you make those kinds of comments, you think about what the situation was like at that time. As a matter of fact, people that looked like me before the 60s, there were very few of them that sat in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sellers of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely, Reverend.
I do have an amendment, but I got something I want to say before I do that. Because, I am a Christian. I'm a gospel preacher. And I believe in sharing the gospel everywhere. But faith cannot be forced by government. So even as a Christian, I firmly believe in the power of prayer. I do it every day, every morning. I have a prayer call at 7:30 a.m. every morning. Prayer has sustained our nation. It has strengthened our communities. It has guided many of our personal lives. However, I also believe that faith is strongest when it is voluntary, not when it is mandated by government policy.
And you know this bill is a volunteer bill.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Jesus himself taught that prayer should come from the heart, not from public compulsion. Matthew 6:6 says, "But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen." Christ warned against turning prayer into something performed for public display or government approval. Prayer is meant to be a sincere act of devotion between the believer and God. I'm not necessarily sure that prayer has been, or the lack of prayer has been may have been part of the issue, but probably part of the issue with our society is that we have moved from the lack of discipline in the home. So our faith should be chosen, not required. Christian faith is built on free will. God invites people to follow him, but he does not force belief. So even if the state mandates prayer in schools, it risks turning something sacred into something procedural or performative. True faith cannot be legislated. The church and government have different roles. Scripture teaches that government and the church serve different purposes. He says in Matthew 22 in verse 21, "Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that which are God's." So the role of government is to promote justice, safety, and order. The role of the church and family is to cultivate faith. So when government attempts to manage worship practices, it even risks overstepping into spiritual roles of the church. Prayer is already protected, and it's been mentioned multiple times. Students in Alabama already have the right to pray individually, pray in groups, form Christian student clubs, read the Bible. But the Constitution protects voluntary prayer, and so what it does not support is government organized prayer. So even as Christians, we should defend the freedom to pray, not require the government to lead prayer. Faith thrives through example, not mandates. Christian influence in society has always grown through evangelism, compassion, moral leadership, community example. So even the early church spread across the world, not because government required prayer, but because believers lived their faith boldly and authentically. And the most powerful witness is not government policy, it is the lives of faithful Christians. So protecting religious freedom for all. A Christian commitment to religious liberty means protecting freedoms for everyone, including those of different beliefs. So when government mandates prayer, it raises difficult questions. Which prayer? Which faith tradition? Who decides? And protecting voluntary prayer ensures everyone's conscience remains free. And so even as a Christian, we should promote prayer, encourage faith, and model Christian values in our homes, in our churches, and in our communities. Prayer is a powerful precisely because it is personal, it is voluntary, and it is sincere.
Reverend, let me ask you a question there. So I totally agree with a portion of that. Let's say that there's no food at home, and a child just eat at home if they're not coming, if they don't have food at home. We supplement meals because a lot of times they don't have an opportunity. A lot of times a lot of kids, I'm sure, have never heard people pray because there's absence of fathers, right? Absence of mothers, absence of parents. A lot of parents work 2 or 3 jobs. A lot of parents are just not good parents. It doesn't matter where they come from. So this is just an opportunity to hear a child speak out loud and worship. And I think that it needs to be exposed to wherever they can get it. And we've had it in before. Hold on. We had it in before. And I think there's time to bring it back.
Yep.
And I think there's always time to spread the gospel. I don't think it needs to segregate. What does this amendment do?
This amendment?
Clerk will receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 511 by Representative Sellers.
It replaces line 32 through 35 on page 2 with the following of 2022 to require local boards of education in certain private schools to adopt policies requiring the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag to be conducted each day, to authorize local boards of education and certain private schools to adopt policies allowing student-initiated and student-led prayer to be conducted in public K-12 schools to provide for the report and investigation of. Also replace line 56 on page 2 with the following. Each private school enrolling any student who receives tuition dollars pursuant to Chapter 6J of Title 16, Code of Alabama, shall adopt a policy requiring the private school at the commencement of the first class each school day to conduct the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and give all students the opportunity to voluntarily recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag. Each private school enrolling any student who receives tuition dollars pursuant to Chapter 6J of Title 16 of Code of Alabama, 1975, shall adopt a policy requiring the private school to allow prayer to be conducted, provided that the prayer must be initiated by and led by a student, and no student may be required to participate in a prayer.
And this amendment basically does everything what we talked, except private schools are private, and I think most of them are Christian-based, but I have Hyundai in my district, and I have Korean schools. I'm not going to force them to say, you've got to say the Pledge of Allegiance. And I think that's wrong. I think that's going against the people that are temporarily here and moved here for jobs, and you're going to make somebody that's a Korean private school say our pledge? I think that's wrong. And on that standpoint, I table your amendment.
Question for the body is on the motion to table. The clerk will unlock the machine. Question for the body. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 72 yeas, 26 nays. The motion to table prevails. The chair recognizes Representative Boyd of Calhoun.
I'm looking, I'm trying to, but I could not pay attention.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I want you to listen to a statement I'm trying to make before I make my comments. You know what? Prayer was never taken out of public schools, and I'm going to tell you why. All right, please listen. Don't be disrespectful to me because I might be praying that you do listen. How many times have you been taking a test, something very difficult? What did most of us say? Bob, Lord, help us to pass this test. Come on. You know where I'm coming from. Chairman Ingram, I did my comments in committee, and you cannot judge a book by its cover. You cannot look at each one of us in here because of what we believe or do not believe. I am a fourth generation CME, which is now Christian Methodist Episcopal. It used to be Colored Methodist Episcopal, and I think Representative Hall came up and back and give us a lot of history. I learned some things about you. We won't go here, which I was glad to learn, which made me look at you in a different light than I have even as chairman. And thank you for sharing that. But I want you to explain to me when you say you don't think it's right to impose these on a private school, but on a public school. Tell me, what's the difference in your reasoning from?
Well, in my district, I have private schools that are Korean schools because of Hyundai and HHI being here, and I don't want to, impose on them having to say the pledge because that's not where they're from. They have a different pledge than we do, and so that's a private school. People pay to go there to be secluded and to be, in the group that they want to be in, and I can't help that. That's their right. In public school, we have, people that are in our system that need, and a lot of them that have needs, a lot more needs than that, and most of them are from here in our country. But a lot of the private schools are not in my district. A lot of the private schools are from other countries because of the economic development that we're investing in the state, that we bring these people in, and they have to bring their kids with them, and they have to put them in schools.
Oh, Rep, do you believe that you should use public money to fund private schools? From what you're saying, I'm getting a different.
Well, we voted on that, and
yes, I didn't ask.
And I did support that. I did. Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what? I stand up here with mixed emotion. And why I stand here with mixed emotion, I think there are 2 or 3 people who came in this house at the same time that I did. I think it was 94. And if I make a mistake, and I want you to bear with me because I won't be around that much longer, I believe it's the person sitting up there in that chair right now as the speaker. I think he came in and left and went back out. I think Representative Cox, if I'm wrong, correct me. Representative Jackson.
Some people in this chamber hadn't even been born when you came in.
Beg your pardon?
Probably 2 or 3 of the people in this chamber hadn't even been born since when you come in.
Oh, please. All right, I'm for real now. Each day we come into this house. Now, come on. And I think Representative Jackson has said it over and over. We look right up above that which states, in God we trust. Mr. Chairman, if we really believe in God and believe in, he says, where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I'm there. So there are 105 in here. We could turn the world around. We don't need it on paper. We need it in our actions every day. We need it when we come into this, we need to, some people say, I'd rather see a sermon in action than to hear one preach. You know, I'm standing here today almost, not almost, a miracle from a car. This, to me, even from the first day I came into this place, has not been any picnic or any plaything.
We've made some hard decisions, haven't we?
We've had to make some hard decisions. And I hope generations that come behind us will remember some of those. We cannot force this forever. It doesn't matter, Mr. Chair. And I know basically where this is coming from, and you do, and we all do. But God help us all to be able to stand up for what we believe.
That's right.
I'm gonna give you one incident. My grandmother, I used to be asking questions, getting in trouble all the time. And finally, they would say to me, get a book, Barbara, go in the corner and read. As I got older, and I haven't forgotten this to this day, my grandmother and mother said, you're smart, you'll go places. But there are two things I want you to remember. One is to have common sense, in the sense of the people who helped us to get where we are now. Because if we happen to fall or make a mistake, they reminded me those people will treat you even worse as you fall down than you did. The next one was if you believe in something. And if you truly believe in it, if it's nobody but you one, you stand up. I'm standing at this microphone today, and I don't want to prolong the time to know there are so many other things we ought to be dealing with right now than dealing with prayer in public schools. Now, not just you alone, but all of us. I bet you there's not a single person in here who does not believe in prayer and believe in Christianity. But how many of us will have the ability to pull that light up there to say no, even if we mean no, because it takes courage. And to God bless us. Let's see how many will have courage today. God bless you.
God bless you. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, President Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Absolutely, Mayor. How you doing, sir?
Fine. I just wanted to explore with you your answer about private schools.
Yes, sir.
I think in our county, we probably have 11 different nationalities that go to school.
Yes.
Some private, some public.
Yes, sir.
But since you've got this put together like you have, I don't see how that makes a difference. Because as you said, people can opt out. If a private school can opt out under your bill here. So all I'm saying is that if we are saying that because it's somebody that speaks another language, there should be a different approach to it. I don't quite understand.
Well, the different language, what I was referring to on Representative Sellers was the pledge. You know, the pledge goes that I'm not going to force a private school from Hyundai or Korea to say an American pledge. That's just not. And the way we have it now, the speaker passed in 2015 to where it is a law, but there's a lot of schools that are not doing it, probably 20+%. that are not opting in at the prayer at all. And that needs to be, the student is not forced to say the pledge, but is forced to say the pledge to have it available for any student that wanted to participate. And that's the same way this prayer in school is. It's only participate if they would want to participate, and it's only on a volunteer basis, and it's only if the student wants to get up and lead it. If there's nobody that wants to say, hey, I want to lead the prayer today, then the prayer, after they get through with the pledge, then they go on to their studies. And it's just simple as that. But we don't have prayer in the classroom now.
And you have in here where no specific prayer, and,
That's
and
right.
whatever that nationality is or what country they might,
That's right.
that still applies. The other thing that you have here is that if you got a school with people all from just one country, then I can understand that. But the schools that I'm aware of in Mobile have kids from all over.
Right.
I mean, even
Those
though
kids don't have to participate.
yeah, and even though there's a large majority of them that may be from Germany, or maybe from Spain, or maybe from France, they all work in the same system. And this is I'm talking about private school system, but they adopt to that based on who's in the system. And hopefully your bill allows for that, because if not, then we're going to have half the student body doing one thing, another half the student body doing something
And
else.
that's up to the superintendent's area, of that board to be able to set those parameters. So,
Okay, I just want to be clear on that, because
sir.
it's a different situation as it relates to how industries come in. They bring a lot of people from various countries, but I have seen them assimilate in the private and public schools in Mobile.
and I'm sensitive to that. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rafferty.
This bill's been
I know. We've moved the needle.
Appreciate the recognition. So, Representative, I want to make sure that I understand where the bill stands now, because I think a lot has kind of happened, a lot's transpired. I think some attitudes toward the bill could possibly have changed too.
And I've got the amendments, hard copies, if you need them here.
The substitute that came to the floor authorized prayer to be broadcast over initially.
That's taken
Authorized
out.
prayer to be
That's taken out.
broadcast. I know. I'm going to make so broadcast over the public address system to every student in the building with no opt-out provision. An amendment removes the PA authorization and adds an explicit right for students to opt out. So, is it a fair? That's kind of the process of what has happened with this bill, correct?
Yeah, that's what we had talked about this weekend.
Right.
We knew that amendment was coming.
Okay. So under the current version of the bill that we're about to vote on, right, the prayer must be initiated by and led by a student. It is not conducted by a teacher, a principal, or the school itself. And it is at your understanding that the bill ensures the government is not organizing, composing, selecting, or delivering the prayer, that the government's role is limited to allowing student expression.
That's the way we are now. That's what it is.
All right. So the amendment changes the bill in ways that really, really matter. So I appreciate you being open to that, and Faulkner for all the work and everything to make that happen. It moves prayer from a state mandate to student-initiated, student-led activity, removes the PA system authorization, and allows and adds an explicit right for students to opt out based on their own beliefs. It also takes away the funding mandate, correct? The funding, the punishment there. So I want to credit you. I want to credit Representative Faulkner for recognizing on what was wrong with the bill initially. And I voted yes on the amendment, and I'll probably be an abstention on this. And the first thing is that I'll say that this is the main point I want to make with that. I say this as someone who has spoken at length during this session and previous ones about the relationship between faith and government. The fundamental question remains that students in Alabama can already pray. They can pray before class, at lunch, after school, in student groups, silently, at any time that their conscience is pulling them to do so.
Do you want me to comment on that?
That right has never been in question. What this bill adds even, and is amended for, is government involvement in the organization of prayer, right? The question each of us must answer is whether faith is strengthened or diminished by the legislature's involvement in that. So that's why I voted yes on the amendment, but I will be making an abstention here because it makes a bad bill less dangerous, but a less dangerous bill is not still a necessary one. So appreciate the time, and that's all I got.
Thank you for your comments.
Question for the body is final passage of HB 511. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 95 ayes, 3 nays. HB 511 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 106 by Representative Givens relating to crimes and offenses.
Thank you, Mr.
Riv-
Speaker.
Riv-
Body. House Bill 106 is protecting Alabamians from online harassment known as doxing. This bill is to further clarify the law that we have and to make the punishments more significant. Without any further questions, I move for the BIR.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, representing Van.
I hope that you open this bill up for co-sponsors. I know I have a bill that passed out of Judy last week that also addresses harassment of elected officials. The reason why this bill becomes so important is this. At the end of the day, we're still humans.
Right.
And we do have, there's a level of respect that should be shown to anybody. But in the last few years, as we run for elected office, people think they can come to our homes. They think that they can harass our loved ones. They can come up with any type of graphic that depicts this and that. I understand and I understood the assignment when I ran for elected office. I'm a tough cookie. It takes a lot to crack me. A whole lot. Not even a threat here on this chamber floor can have an impact on me. I ain't never scared. But I do believe that there is a process that needs to be adhered to, but also that gives law enforcement or someone a greater tool to act, because people are taking it to such an extreme that it is getting beyond dangerous. For me, I'm like this. It's going to be dangerous for them because I'm going to defend myself. Last year, even the election that I ran, there was a gentleman who was stalking me. I had to get Aaliyah involved. Well, he says to them in one of the conversations that he started to approach me in a Publix grocery store, but he didn't want me to go from 0 to 60 in a panic because I had never met him. But he was someone who had gone beyond reproach, beyond just the norm. So I have an appreciation. I know several reporters had reached out to me when you first sponsored this bill in. I wholeheartedly support this because not only does doxing and the violation of that rule impact us, it has there are implications on our families. Absolutely. And you can go too far. I grew up in an era where I fought. I didn't have to fight with a knife. I fought with my fist, and we had one simple rule. You fight to live to see another day. But these people fight beyond just the norm, beyond the normal course of criticism, beyond the normal course of just making your vote be your voice. These people literally harass in a certain kind of way, and it's okay because we're public officials. It's okay because our families are our families, but it's not okay.
I agree.
And you can go too far. So I'm hoping that this bill, when it passes, that all who are impacted by it, and especially those who would have authority over it, would do their darn jobs, number one, and not let everything be considered to be red tape or there's some type of reason why something cannot be investigated, most importantly, why you cannot call that person on the carpet, and why something cannot be done with immediacy when occurrences happen. So I want to congratulate you on bringing this bill. I know I have a bill that made it out of Judy that redefines the terminology of harassment, that also adds elected officials to that definition moving forward, but I just think that this bill is needed. And unfortunately, it's sad that it is needed, but we can no longer be doormats, or there can no longer be a bully pulpit. I believe in saying it like I mean it, and I go on about my business. And I don't sit around and hold grudges, but these folks are going too far. So before I take my seat, just for my own consumption, just go back to the imposing of a penalty or anything in the amendment to the doxing laws that your bill has.
You want to add an amendment?
No, I don't. I
Oh,
want you
okay.
to tell me what yours does. I just
Okay.
want to hear it
Right.
from you.
Okay. I've got it right here. Hold on one second. Okay, and publishes, posts, or provides personal identifying information for another individual, and it doesn't have to be that that individual was harmed. It's the fact, the intent.
The
was there.
intent, that's, okay, the intent, that's
Right.
what I wanted to get to, the word intent. To intent to harm.
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I wanted to make sure that those words were that the words intent, because this is what sometimes it borders on, well, was it for the purpose of doing X, Y, and Z? Yeah. What do you think? If someone is following you, if someone is showing up at your house, if someone is harassing you, if someone making certain types of publications, they had the intent all along once it's released.
Exactly.
And
They
I-
would not be there if they didn't have intent.
It would not be there if they did not have the intent. So with that being said, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to come up. And again, I hope that you will open this up to open it up for a co-sponsor.
Absolutely, and I look forward to having you as a co-sponsor.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lady yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you help me to understand, does this include social media as well?
It does, yes. There is a portion where it does.
Well, I was looking-
If you share someone's name, address, all that on social media, yes, it's included.
So if I go down to line 54,
Okay?
I see post, okay. You see where I am?
Yes.
So that takes care of
Yes, ma'am.
social media.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 105 yeas, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Given.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request the final passage.
Okay, that is the question. Is final passage of HB 106. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 106 has passed. I think it's been a request to open it up for co-sponsors.
Yes, please.
Ms. Clerk, let's open it up for co-sponsors. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 68 co-sponsors on HB 106.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 53 of the calendar, House Bill number 233 with substitute by Representative Oliver relating to the National Guard.
Mr. Chairman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about the Alabama National Guard Education Assistance Program, which we refer to as NGAP. The Alabama State Military Department and the National Guard and the Alabama Commission on Higher Education have jointly revised this bill to address challenges associated with the facilitation of this recruitment and retention tool, which relates to our soldiers and airmen. The intent of this bill is to provide student-focused modifications to address challenges associated with administering the program, timing, who's eligible, what expenses are eligible, inclusion of an evolving workforce. So the priorities of the bill focus on the $10 million cap. It's a last dollar program. And at this time, I would like to ask for a BIR.
I think that's a good time. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Oliver.
Substitute of the bill.
Yeah, I see it's got a substitute on it. What is it about?
The substitute addresses differential tuition wording. It addresses workforce development as an additional industry recognized credential, mutually approved by the Adjutant General of the Alabama National Guard and of the Alabama Commission on Higher Education.
Heard the gentleman's explanation of the substitute. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the gentleman here, you mentioned differential tuition wording. What is that?
Say that again, please, ma'am.
You mentioned a term differential tuition wording.
Right.
What is that related to?
What we did is we expanded the definition of what they can spend the money for. We can also spend it not only on educational tuition, but also on workforce development tuition for anything that has credentials with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been adopted, Mr. Chairman.
We have a vote?
If you ask for it, we will.
Yes, sir. Can we vote?
Question for the body is final passage of HB 233. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 233 as substituted has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 415 with substitute by Representative Ellis relating to the Department of Insurance.
Chairman Ellis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 415 is a Department of Insurance bill. Has to do with the captive law, which was last updated in 2021. It was updated in an effort to attract new captives to the state of Alabama. As most of you know, captives are used when companies or like companies want to pool risks together and go in and form a captive to somewhat self-insure. When we updated that in 21, it attracted so many new people that'll a lot. We're up to 96 captives now. This is an effort to make sure that all of those captives that we've attracted are sustainable and can pay claims as they come in. And Mr. Speaker, if there's no questions, I'll call for the BIR.
As questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 1 nay. BR has been adopted.
Thank
Chairman
you.
Ellis.
Mr. Speaker, we do have a committee sub that we'll need to adopt.
Yeah, you care to explain what that sub does?
I will. It is mostly technical in nature. One of the biggest changes that was not technical in the original bill, we were going to increase the minimum premium tax that the captives would pay. We opted not to do that, and so that's the biggest thing. Other than that, they're all technical changes in nature. If there's no questions, I'll ask for adoption of that sub.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
I did too.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the gentleman did come to see me for those that raised a question. But when you mentioned technical in nature, tell me what's a technical issue that was misplaced, because I looked for my sheet, I didn't find it.
Yeah, so other than taking out where we were going to increase the premium tax, there were a couple of places where the word "and" was in the bill and it should have been "or."
Okay.
There was a place that we had a couple of periods instead of just one, just typo type stuff. There was another spot that we had to make the language in the beginning of the bill match the language in another place in the bill.
You have an example of that, or that language that should have been one language someplace and wasn't in the other?
Do I have an example of that language? Hang on just a second.
Because the only changes I saw were page 4, 5, 6. Okay. When you finish with that, give me this. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 103 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted. Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we do have a floor amendment that is also technical in nature that we didn't catch in the original.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 415 by Representative Ellis.
Chairman Ellis.
All right, I gave her my 2 copies. Let me grab the next one. Again, technical in nature, and it just says we'll replace lines 584 through 587 on page 21 with the following: an annual actual certification of loss reserves. And I think that is just to match the terms that are normally used in this field.
Yeah, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 98 ayes, 1 nay. Floor amendment has been adopted. Chairman Ellis.
Mr. Speaker, I think we've got another.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Talladega, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman Ellis. We spoke earlier about this and worked through it. So what this amendment does is just says that it kind of clarifies the language on line 101 through 103 that says the captive insurance company must own a financial account with a bank or credit union with a brick and mortar location in Alabama approved by the commissioner, or a veteran-related financial institution approved by the commissioner.
Yeah, and that's a friendly amendment.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the floor amendment, and the sponsor sees it as a friendly amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 101 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has been adopted.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Chairman
Mr.
Ellis.
Speaker, if there's no further questions, I call for final package.
That is the questions. Final pass as substituted and amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 2 nays. HB 415 is passed as substituted and amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 23 of the calendar, House Bill number 399 was substituted by Representative Halsey relating to tax abatements.
Representative Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So HB 399 revisits our current law to update the incentives that we offer data centers. This bill did 3 things mainly. It shortened the maximum tax exemption period from 30 years to 20 years. Second, once the data processing center is placed into service, it requires those facilities to begin paying state sales and use taxes. And third, it directs the revenues to the state general fund. This bill does not affect cities or counties in any way. I do have a sub, but with that, I move the BIR.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know you worked really hard on this, and I just want to commend you and thank you in the absence of the industry responding to what's potentially hurting our people and causing them a lot of concern. I just think it's a great idea that you've come up with this, and also that you've worked with the industry to come up with what I think is a really good bill. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate your help as well.
The question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Halsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the sub, do you want me to go ahead and explain?
Yeah, go ahead on
All right.
sub.
So the sub does 3 things. It abates state sales and use taxes for up to 20 years while preserving the intent to collect sales tax on building materials and construction after the initial build out, which adds new revenue to our general fund. Secondly, it does allow for the continued exemption of sales and use taxes on the operational IT equipment that has to be refreshed regularly. And then lastly, it includes an accidental omission of the state non-educational ad valorem tax abatements ending once that property is put in service. With that, I will also have an amendment, but I move to adopt this sub.
Question for the body is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted. President Halsey.
Okay. Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. So what this amendment does is it's going to replace line 412 on 15 simply by putting the number 1 behind B because we're going to create a new subsection. Then on line 449 through 450, we are creating that subsection I just referenced, and it just essentially says that it will be effective for an abatement granted on or after January 1, 2027, and to a data processing center with a total peak demand of 100 megawatts or greater. No abatement of state non-educational ad valorem taxes shall be extended beyond the date the private use industrial property is placed in service. And then the final thing is that we are just replacing lines 500 through 520. Essentially what we're actually doing is breaking that up into 2 sections, Section A and Section B. It's the same thing, but we're just making it clearer by separating them into 2 sections.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 399 by Representative Halsey.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lady yield.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I have the 3 things that you said. I wanted to make sure I'm clear. The first one dealt with state sales tax. Did I hear that right?
Yes, ma'am. Are you talking about the sub?
Yes, I'm
Yes,
talking.
ma'am.
No, well, I'm talking about your amendment. You're doing an amendment to the sub.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you did that, And on your sub, you started with lines 412 to 414. Is that where you started?
Which line?
Line 412 to 415.
It's 412 on page 15.
Okay, 412 on page. Okay, so what are we doing there?
Okay, so behind B, we put the number 1.
Okay, so that becomes number 1.
Correct.
All right.
And then we are adding a subsection 2, which is the second part of that amendment that you see that reads, replace lines 449 through 450 on page 17
Wait a minute, what is it? Lines 449.
through 450.
All right, 449. And so what's the wording there? You're replacing those 2 lines, right?
We are. So essentially what we are doing by creating this subsection is we're really just moving all the non-educational ad valorem taxes into the same subsection.
Okay, all right. All right, good, I'm good on that.
Okay.
And what did you do with lines 500? You said something about lines 500?
So lines 500 through 520, we break it down into 2 sections. So now you have 2A and B. A is what we essentially, it was all in one big paragraph. So what we did was we took 2A and we just specified what is allowed to be abated
Can
for
you
the
stop
max.
right there? Can you stop right there? So where do we start with 2A?
Where do we start with it?
I mean, what is the wording for 2A? Are you the wording that begins at 2A? I was trying to be clear on, were you breaking this up into 2A and B? Are you?
So I'm breaking up lines 500 through 520.
Okay.
Right now it's just 2, and we're going to break it up into 2A and 2B.
And where does the 2A start?
So 2A starts at 500.
Okay.
And it essentially is what it's doing is capturing all the language that allows for abatement during the maximum period for the IT equipment.
Okay. All right. So that's 2A.
That's
What is
2A.
2B?
And then 2B is what is not abated once this is put in service, once the building is put in service.
I don't see that. What part? So when
So
you
B
when I look
on-
when I look at on page 19, all of this is dealing with building materials, building fixtures, structures, all of that. What becomes B? What part of this is B? Sure. Okay. Okay. You took this. All right. So one other question. As I read this, this is all tied into when a data processing center is being brought into a city, a county, et cetera? That's basically what we're talking
Yes,
about,
ma'am.
right?
It's the period in which they're building it, and then it addresses once in service how their tax structure will look.
And how are we accommodating those centers now?
How do we what now?
I mean, what is the process? So is this to enhance what is already happening when centers come in?
So currently, our maximum exemption period is 30 years, and you can abate everything except for your educational property taxes, everything for 30 years.
Okay.
We're clawing everything back to 20 and limiting what can be exempted on your sales and use tax to operational IT equipment only. So once it starts, it opens on day one, we can still collect at this point all of our non-educational ad valorem taxes and then sales tax and use tax on everything that's not included in that IT equipment.
And the effect, so does anything that's already in place is good. So
this starts,
Well,
the
move
effective
forward.
date is January 1 of 2027. So everything that exists today is already under a different agreement and it will not impact those.
I beg to differ. Now, that's not what this bill says. This bill says the act becomes effective on June 1, 2026.
So it becomes effective, but the date for, it's set like, let's see, all of these effective abatements on or after January 1 of 2027 is when this part applies.
The entire bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Is effective on the 26th. But all of the things that you've included in this is going to be effective
Correct.
on the 27th.
It takes a long time for them to negotiate those contracts anyway, and I'm sure that there are some that are currently in negotiation. So this gives them time before January 1 to finish whatever they've already been working on and leave that as it is. And then anything going beyond January 1 will have to comply with this.
January 1. I take your word.
Thank you.
Question for the body now is the adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has been adopted. President Halsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I move for final passage of HB 399 as substituted and amended.
That is the question's final passage of HB 399. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 399 as substituted amendment has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to announce the Rules Committee is going to meet right now in room 617. Room 617. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 468 by Representative Chestnut relating to local commissions and authorities.
Representative Chestnut, you're recognized.
Thank you. Under existing law, an individual who holds a municipal office may not serve as a municipal planning commission member. This bill would remove that prohibition for municipalities, and we have a sub that would put it at municipalities with less than 7,500 residents. Also, the prohibition would be lifted from a municipal officer being able to serve on a county water, sewer, and fire district board, as well as there would also be no prohibition for a county employee serving on a solid waste board as long as he is not a member of the appointing authority. So with that, I would like to move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I just want to thank you for bringing this because this is very helpful to smaller cities in my district and across the state. You know, oftentimes it's hard to get people to fill these positions, and I just commend you on doing that because I think it's a good cost-saving measure, and it's good to keep that continuity and to keep the brain trust working on those committees. So thank you for bringing this. It's a good bill.
All right, thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your bill does what now?
So, so municipal planning commissions, right now, there's prohibition of a municipal officer, right? Anybody serving in municipal service from serving on those boards right now would remove that prohibition.
So you're saying that anyone who is a municipal employee will be able to serve on a
Municipal planning commission.
on the planning commission?
And we actually have a sub on the way too from Representative Faulkner that's going to, it's going to only affect municipalities that have 7,500 or less people in it.
Why are we differentiating between the number of or the demographics of a municipality? Is there a reason?
Yeah, well, it was a request made from a particular lobby group.
Okay,
That
but
they didn't want it
I don't
to
care
affect
who it
the
was
large
made.
cities.
I'm not concerned about who it was made by. I just want to know what the rationale.
Yeah. Well, basically, so for smaller communities, it's a lot more difficult to find people who are ready and able and willing to serve. You know, in the much larger places like where you live, there's a panoply of people to choose from with all types of diverse backgrounds and experiences. But when you're in a very small community, usually there are a few people who want to serve and who actually seek service. It gets very difficult sometimes trying to find people who actually want to serve on these boards, especially the boards that don't pay anything.
Okay, listen, let me just say this, and I know, listen, I've been blackballed, blacklisted, I've been blacked everything in this session. Yeah, and you already know I don't care, number one. I don't care about special interests. I don't care about all the frou-frou stuff. I never have. I don't seek it out. Only thing I've ever asked is that processes be fair. But whatever decisions you make, you make. But for me, you know, and when you said, well, a lobby, well, just because a lobbyist says something, I mean, I'm no disrespect to anybody, you know, whatever. Y'all already see me in the hallway and roll your eyes, turn your nose up, act like you don't see me, or afraid to look at me, or whatever. So I could care less about that, because I feel the same way. And I'm still coming back. But with that being said, I guess for me, I'm just trying to get to, again, the number. Are we saying municipalities that have 7,500 people, more or less?
Less.
Less than. That's what I was trying to get to. I really wish that we look at how we do a lot of this stuff, whether it be boards or agencies, or boards and agencies, and who serve in these positions, as well as who can come here and serve in elected office when it relates to municipalities. I think we are borderline teetering on, we are allowing all the power that we have here to be dissipated or become a part of a dissipation process. When you start padding these legislators, you become compromised. You're either going to be one or the other. I know your bill is a little bit different. Than just someone running for elected office or someone coming here. Yours is someone who will serve on a commission, and that is to say that someone from a municipality. Now, is that someone who is employed with a municipality? Because I wouldn't think that this would, I mean, I guess I should have, are you saying that someone that is employed with a municipality can run or seek this position? Or just anybody in general? Maybe that's what I should have asked.
Yes, it would, right now, it's a prohibition. So basically, if you work in the city in any capacity, you could not be appointed.
But you have a lot of cities who don't have that. You have people who work at municipalities that can serve on boards and agencies and different things of that nature.
And a lot of times it's based on whatever specific act, because we have all these different acts out here, and this act may be different from another act, but it's dealing with the same subject matter.
So, and you say local commissions, define commissions.
Yeah, like this would just be like planning commission.
So, and that's what I'm trying to get to. Is it only just for like the planning commission?
Yes.
Only planning?
Yes.
No other board or agency or commission?
Well, that's with yeah, okay, and also county, rural, water, and water, sewer, fire protection authorities.
You know, it goes back to, you know, even the recreation of when the Republicans snatched away the Birmingham Waterworks Board. I just feel like even with that position, and no disrespect to our colleague, I just don't feel like any elected official should have been able to serve on that board. It is you're too conflicted. It's almost as if you're going to be you would be serving two masters. I went to the Central Alabama Waterworks Board the other week. I have a colleague sitting in there, and he's just sitting up looking like this. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, come on, dude. Like, even if I'm sitting there and you come in, if the shoe was on the other foot, I'm going to be like, this is my colleague. Like, but when we get these positions, we are acting with our party. We're not acting as if we are an independent agent sitting in that seat to do what's right and wrong. And I just think it's like one of the worst things. In talking about prayer, I'm glad. I mean, I didn't come back up here, but I mean, just to pray on something like that, because I'm saying to myself, this stuff right here, some of these bills and things that pass out of here, it ultimately becomes evil poison. And I'm saying to myself, we have elected officials now sitting on that board, but I don't care how you look at it, there's no way you're not conflicted. It's just no way to sit on a board like that. And I'm saying to myself, the level of integrity that should exude from the people who sit on those positions, when you taint yourself, you taint yourself. Yeah, you're on the winning side. Yes, you are with the mighty, whoever it is, that's the majority party, but you're conflicted. Because you're not there and you're not going to do what should be done. You're going to do what your part. I mean, I can't say it enough. Listen, I'm going to always be for right. Period. You know, so I'm praying. Every time I come in here, I'm praying. I hate I didn't get a chance to say what I was going to say, but I'm praying. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves, seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and forgive their sins, and I will heal their land. Every time I come in here, every time I go to one of those meetings, I pray. I pray that we put people in these positions who will do the right thing. I pray to be careful for nothing, to be anxious for nothing, but through all things through prayer and supplication and thanksgiving, I let my requests be known unto the Lord. I pray. But when we put these people on these boards that we think are going to be sounding boards and they're not, my prayer sometimes shifts. And every now and then I go to the 91st number song. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I pray. I pray. Every time I come in here, I pray. I say a prayer. You know, when we talk about the King of Glory, who is the King of Glory? Who is the King of Glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. So I pray that whoever you're moving this bill for will do the right things. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, lady. To recognize the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just had I guess we're just discussing just a question. This bill is designed obviously to help smaller towns, but it doesn't address at all the movement of money. So if you're serving like on say a mayor or a local, and you're on now a board or a commission of something to help with the lack of personnel, I'm assuming that the movement of money between those separate entities or whatever is just something that's addressed elsewhere.
Yes.
In terms of, because obviously you could see I understand the burden of smaller towns,
Yeah.
right? But just making sure that, I guess, just where the rules and laws are for keeping their budgets and things separate, like utilities versus something else, just so that there's not, that was just kind of the question or concern with it. I assume this bill does not address that.
No, this is just only like an appointment bill. It's only
Appointment.
dealing with the actual appointment process, but not, so what happens is with each of these acts that are represented, there's like multiple statutes that break down all of what you're talking about, the logistics of how these boards are run. But this is just like dealing with who's eligible to be appointed to those boards.
So, so if they're going to address whatever they determine the legal flow of money is, or whether they're, say, under TVA or public utilities or whatever it is, that's going to be, I guess, a separate piece of legislation or whatever their rules are for the body. Or
In a
committee.
different statute, like for instance, 11-88-1 is one of the starting statute. 11-88-1 to 21.
Right.
It's like 21 different statutes under that particular act.
Right.
And so like, for example, 11-88-6, that's the part that we would change on here, which is like how these folks are appointed or elected to the boards. But you would have like the breakdown of the powers of the board, and the financial requirements and responsibilities would be like under 11-88-7 and 11-88-7.1.
And I suppose it might either specify it there or say, hey, they give them maybe bylaws authority or whatever to
That's right.
establish.
That's
or
right.
working with, I guess, town governments or whatever.
Yeah, but the actual statutes will kind of, of course, the bylaws can't like supersede the statute.
Right.
They can only be consistent with
the statute.
Right. That's right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, thanks, Jim. The question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 105 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Chestnut.
Yes. I was waiting on Representative.
You waiting on Faulkner?
Faulkner
That seems like it happens a lot. So, Chair recognizes the guy from Jefferson.
Waiting on Faulkner.
All right. Yes, Representative Chestnut. We had a floor amendment that we were bringing to this bill that we had talked about and agreed to, and now we sort of have a floor sub. But the floor amendment and the reason that I'm up here is to bringing this floor sub is we were limiting this provision about removing the prohibition for municipalities, an individual who is a municipal officer an individual who holds a municipal office may not serve on a municipal planning commission. And we were going to limit that to removing the prohibition, but only for municipalities with less than 7,500 residents.
Correct.
So that is what this is doing. So we're limiting, that's what the floor sub does, members, is it's going to remove the prohibition, but only for municipalities with less than 7,500 people. And then also in the floor sub is under existing law, an individual who is a county or municipal officer may not serve on a board of directors for a solid waste disposal district. This bill would remove that prohibition for individuals who do not serve on the governing authority. So that's how I would explain the floor sub, and I would really like you to answer all questions. But, I would move for the adoption of the floor sub.
Yes.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, speaking on the floor sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the gentleman, I first want to see a copy of the floor sub. So this didn't go before committee. Are you telling me that it didn't go before committee?
I told Representative Chestnut he make sure when he told me it was going to be a floor sub instead of floor amendment, I said, take this to Ms. Hall.
As I said. So tell me, the floor sub you said, how many pages do you have there?
It's just one. I mean, one page.
That's good on your part, because I was going to say, let's read it. Do you have a copy?
Would the clerk read? You want the clerk to read it or me?
No. I really, I'm going to get a copy of it since it's only one page and
Yes.
and I read fast. I will do it. Okay, good. Thank you. So tell me what he's doing. What are you doing to make it? You're making it better for him.
I'm definitely making it better.
In what way?
So Representative Chestnut's bill was going to remove the prohibition for an individual who holds a municipal office from serving on a municipal planning commission.
Stop right there.
Okay.
So we have a member of a municipal board, say maybe like what, the school board?
Well, he
Or-
holds a municipal office, so I'm thinking city council.
Okay, all right, yeah, city council.
Right.
Okay, so he's on city council. Then he's also serving on the planning commission?
Well,
or she?
there's a prohibition that says.
No, but is that happening? I'm trying to get to why we're here.
Sure.
Is that because presently that exists within a certain city or municipality where a person is on the city council and also on the
Planning commission.
On the planning commission?
They're not allowed to do that under current law.
Okay, so this is preventing they can't do it now.
Under current law, they cannot do that.
That's what I said. They can't do it now.
That's right.
Okay, so
And
what is this bill
And
doing?
Representative Chestnut's bill was going to allow that. What I was doing, and now in a floor sub instead of a floor amendment, is I am
done better
saying
saying amendment.
that prohibition is only removed for towns that are 7,500 residents or less. Because
I thought he said that. This bill would remove the prohibition.
yeah, you
of
have the
municipal-
floor sub.
Okay.
I told him to take that to you when he told me it was not just an amendment.
So okay, these are two of the same thing. I have to line my things up. He can't help you? House Bill 468. I'm trying to make sure
Yes, ma'am.
that with his 468, what you're doing, I'm following. So his on the existing individual who holds a municipal office may not serve on a municipal planning commission. You're removing that.
He is.
Right. I mean, but okay.
That's right.
And what are you doing different than what he's doing?
I'm limiting that removal of that prohibition and limiting it to towns that are 7,500 people or less.
Okay, because when he got up here, I think that's what he said this was doing.
Well, he was already speaking to the floor sub.
So this applies to everybody if his bill would pass? All of the municipalities?
Without the floor sub.
Right,
yes,
that's
ma'am.
what I'm trying to be clear on.
That's right.
If we don't take this amendment,
That's right.
then this applies to every
Every municipal
municipality.
officer could serve, we would be removing the prohibition for them to serve on a municipal planning commission for everybody in the state.
If it was local water, sewer, or fire protection. All right, got that. All right. What else is in addition to yours?
Well, yeah. So there is under existing law, an individual who is a county or municipal officer also may not serve on a board of directors for a solid waste disposal district. This bill would remove that but only for individuals who do not serve on the governing authority of that county or municipality. In other words, you couldn't serve yourself. You couldn't appoint yourself. If you're on a city council or a county commission, we're removing the prohibition as long as you're not appointing yourself.
But somebody else could appoint you.
Yes.
Would that be another city council member? Would that be the mayor?
I assume it would be somebody from outside that body. And
But you don't say that. You're not saying that.
well, it says would also remove the prohibition, but for that solid waste disposal district, but only for someone who does not serve on the governing authority.
Okay, I see that.
Yeah.
The line 34. All right.
And that is more of his amendment than the amendment I was bringing.
Any other?
That's it. That's it. That's as far as I know. That's the only change to your bill, right, Representative Chestnut?
Yeah, I
Where are
did
you?
notice this part said it would not affect the prohibition on state or county officers serving on any county board of directors. This is your sub. Okay, this is your sub,
That's right.
and the act will become effective October 1. All right, so I think I've gotten everything on this. One more thing. Do you have the original copy of the bill in front of you?
No, I just have my floor.
Thank you. I think I'm good.
Thank you, Representative Hall.
Oh,
Representative Chestnut, tell me on page, in the regular bill, do I have your copy on the regular bill?
oh no.
On page 11.
So I didn't have my copy up here. I just, I remembered from
Okay.
memory, but
This-
I just have the sub up here.
You had the same sub that he has?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the sewer, there was a part that was removed, 304 through 307.
Yes, so the sub is still consistent with that. So basically for the water and sewer, so a municipal officer would be eligible. Right now, they're not to serve on a county rural water authority. But, obviously there's definitely an issue of a county person serving, trying to appoint themselves to it. So we're not saying that can happen.
Right.
But we're saying that the county can appoint a municipal official to serve on that.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, Lay. The question for the body now is to adopt the floor sub. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 105 ayes, 0 nays. Floor sub has been adopted. Representative Chestnut.
Yes, at this time, I would like to move for final passage.
That's questions final passage on HB 468. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 468 is passed as substituted. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 15 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 41 by Senator Kelly relating to elder abuse.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Speaker.
Gidley.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill we passed off of the floor a few weeks ago. This is the elder abuse bill. This is now coming back from the Senate. It's a clean bill coming back from the Senate. So on that note, if there's no other questions, I'd like to ask for the BR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Okay. All right. Yeah. Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Thank you. Thank you.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Gidley.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no other questions, I'll ask for final passage.
That is the questions. Final passage, SB 41. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 105 ayes, 0 nays. SB 41 has passed.
Thank you, members, so much. Got one across the finish line. Thank you.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 53 of the calendar, House Bill number 466 with substitute by Representative Treadaway relating to firefighters.
Chairman Treadway, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This bill we passed last year, it provides, well, it recognizes Parkinson as a hazard on duty, a hazard for firefighters. I do have a sub, Mr. Speaker.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 105 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
All right, what the sub does, it adds, the League of Municipalities had a concern, so it takes out workers' compensation, and it refers to that in the sub.
For the gentleman's explanation of the sub, clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 460, the substitute has passed.
Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 466 by Representative Treadway.
The State Department of Finance came to me. I did not know that workman's comp, there's a private workman's comp and a public workman's comp. So all this amendment does is the same thing. It refers to workman's comp, that you don't qualify for that on the state side.
You heard the gentleman's explanation of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has passed. Mr. Chairman.
If there's no other questions, sir, I ask for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the recognition, with the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to thank you for bringing the bill. I was in the committee, and one of the things that stood out that you mentioned was that, this would be, you have to go to the doctor, and this would be work-related. And I think that just didn't come out in the explanation today. Okay. But I appreciate you adding that to the language, because we don't want to create, almost like an unfunded mandate out here where people can go out and just claim certain things. Like, it is steps to make sure that we protect people that actually are injured, because of work-related issues. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I appreciate the gentleman's explanation. Basically what it does, you have to demonstrate that you came in contact with these toxins that are known to cause Parkinson.
Yes,
you
sir.
have to prove that they happen on the job before you can
Yes, sir.
Apply for the disability.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 466. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 466, as amended, has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 252 by Senator Hatcher, relating to the Governor's Mansion Authority.
Representative Hassel.
This is SB 252. This is the Governor's Mansion Authority is responsible for operating, maintaining, and preserving the Governor's Mansion. The employees of the Governor's Mansion Authority have historically been treated as unclassified employees. This status has been codified into law. So SB 252 codifies current practice by providing that employees of the Governor's Mansion Authority are employees within the Unclassified Service of the Merit System Act.
Did you Brown bill?
No. So unclassified employee status provides that the current Mansion Authority employees are entitled to payment of accrued leave consistent with the State Personnel Department rules. So with the explanation of the bill, I ask for the BR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 105 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Action final passage.
That's questions. Final passage of SB 252. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. SB 252 has passed.
All right, thank you, Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 68 of the calendar, House Bill number 259 with substitute by Representative Shaw relating to cryptocurrency.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 259 creates a local implementation of the Genius Act, stablecoin cryptocurrency. Stablecoins are a combination of crypto technology, but with the safety and reliability of regular currency backed by liquid and safe assets. The Genius Act allows local states to create their own charters for smaller players, which increases options for our citizens, but also increases the likelihood that we'll have startups and new businesses in our state. This firmly sets the Securities Commission in charge of the cryptocurrency of the stablecoin implementation. Everybody knows our Securities Commission is very, we have a good one, so they're going to do a good job monitoring this. Amanda Sin with the Securities Commission worked exceptionally long and hard on this bill, so we appreciate her working on this. So with that, I would call for the BIR.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, absolutely.
I guess I'm probably the only one that would come down here and ask, what is this? I have no idea what this bill is.
Well, that's a good question.
And, you know, I'm not the only one in here. They just trying to act like they know what's going on. So I'm trying to get, seriously, I want to know how it works and how is it money?
Okay. Well, so most people hear Bitcoin, Dogecoin, cryptocurrency. That kind of exists out there in the world on the blockchain.
What's a blockchain?
Okay. So blockchain is you
got to break it down ABC.
All right.
I'm still not there yet.
We'll start from square one, but I want to get too detailed because I know you only got blockchain in 8.5 minutes. So blockchain combines things like file sharing, cryptography, a lot of technologies that we've been developing for 20 and 30 years now, but puts it in such a way where you and I can have a safe and secure ledger, for lack of a better term, almost like a spreadsheet in the sky, where you and I can keep track of transactions, financial transactions between us in a secure way. It's backed, in general, it's backed by the people taking part in the network. The cryptography secures it. The consensus kind of agrees to what the rules are. What Genius Act does and what this bill would do is allow that type of technology to be used in a regulated way. So you have the Securities Commission that would also put in requirements for if you're going to use this crypto, this stable coins, they have to actually be backed by something, dollars, treasuries, something safe and liquid. And there's an auditing process and all the procedures that like a bank or a credit union would have to do, regulation on top of that blockchain. A lot of criticism of the general blockchain is that it's not regulated, it's not backed by anything, and stablecoins solve that by putting a regulatory framework on top of it. So it's really hard to explain blockchain in just a couple minutes without a whiteboard or something like that, But I'm happy to do so afterwards
Well, maybe I'll have to come and we'll have to have a whiteboard because that didn't help me. I still don't know what it is.
Yeah, we don't have to.
Thank you.
I'm happy to take whatever time. I love explaining it and going over it. And I like to geek out about it. I'm happy to take some time explaining it to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 97 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted.
Thank you. We do have a committee sub, and I can explain the sub, but I would move to adopt the sub.
Care to explain your sub?
Sure. The original bill had a lot more in it about the state actually paying vendors if they wanted to optionally, and state and government being able to pay in stable coins. It was a little bit of a bridge too far, a little too much to consider. So this takes that part out. This sub does and just focuses on the licensing framework because that's the most important thing. We have a little bit of a time frame. It's only 2 years. And so also it does a little more clarity for banks that participate in stablecoins to make sure that the banking department stays in place as the regulator. So those are the two big things.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the sub. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
There are a couple of things that I wanted to make sure I was clear on. One, the purpose of this bill is to allow the state to create regulations for Bitcoin, for what do we call them?
Stable coins?
What do we call them?
Stable coins?
Stable coins. But when I go into a service station and see a machine that says Bitcoin, we're talking about that.
Completely
Are
different.
we talking about that?
Completely different. So,
They're totally different.
yes, ma'am.
So what kind of control is, because I understand people have had some problems with using those machines and then having people to come after them for additional monies.
Right.
So how do we
Yeah, so
deal
whereas
with that?
Bitcoin uses the blockchain, but it's
Okay.
pretty much blockchain only. There's nothing, there's not generally a regulatory framework on top of it like there would be a bank. What stablecoins do is they take the underlying technology of a Bitcoin and put dollars behind it. So
What's the underlying technology?
it's that blockchain technology that we
Okay,
just spoke
so
about.
do you talking about the blockchain?
Right. So Bitcoin uses blockchain. All
Okay.
these other things use blockchain as the underlying technology, but Bitcoin and blockchain are not the same. The Bitcoin network uses blockchain technology. So it's like the blockchain is the road that Bitcoin drives on. It's the road that these stable coins will drive on, the underlying technology.
So what do you envision, once we pass this bill, what do you envision? What's the Department of Security Exchange, is that where it goes?
Yes, ma'am. The Alabama Securities Commission.
Okay, what do you envision that we would have in place
Right.
at that point?
So people who want, if people who want to issue stable coins, entrepreneurs, banks, large financial institutions, people that want to use the stable coin technology, because
Are you saying stable
stable coin, stable coin.
coin, like COIN, the coin, the penny, the nickel, the dime?
Yeah, same
Okay,
thing.
all
But
right.
not a real coin, but
I hear you.
yeah. So stablecoin, it's going to create kind of an open market for innovation, but the technology is backed by actual dollars. So it creates kind of a market for people that want to start companies dealing with these stablecoins.
People that want to start what?
Issue stablecoins, a business, a different innovative implementations of these stablecoins. So it'd almost be like, you know how we only have 2 or 3 credit card companies because it's
Right.
very hard to start a credit card
Right.
company. Right. Because of this framework and the technology, it's a lot easier for a company to get involved with stablecoin because of this regulatory framework. So the big boys nationally, they can do it nationally all they want. This allows the state to license smaller entities here. So if people want to start a business and the nationwide is too big, they can come to our state, talk with the Securities Commission, and get started here in a smaller way. We already have money transfers that are wanting to do this. So
We already have what?
Yes, ma'am. Money transfer people that participate in other exchanges. They want to participate in the stablecoin technology, but we have to obviously have a framework for them to do that.
Does that mean then we would look forward to, let's see, the effective date is when? Trying to see when. We
What
can
is it?
look, October 1. So we can.
July 18th, 2028?
No, it says the effective date, the act shall become effective October 1, 2026.
Right, yeah, the act itself, but
The process
right.
to get to that should be up and in place by 2028.
Yes, ma'am. So the federal law that allows this, there's kind of a run-up period, and all the rules have to be issued, and the Securities Commission and the OCC and these different groups had to come up with rules. So there's 2 years roughly for a state to issue their own charters for this, and so that's why we want to get it done now, so we can go ahead and start developing the regulation around it.
In addition to the Securities Commission, is there any other group of individuals that serve, say, an additional board or additional? I didn't see anything that.
Yeah, in this bill, our state has a really good Securities Commission. Other states might not have that same structure, so different states are doing it different ways. But in this state, we already have a structure that works well for it, so that's why the Securities Commission is in this bill.
I think that does it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Always good to talk to you.
All right. Question for the body is adoption of the clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines. 100 yeas, 4 abstentions. The sub has passed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move for final passage.
Clerk will lock the machines. Members will vote for final passage. Clerk will lock the machines. 97 yeas. 97 yeas, 1 nay. The bill is passed.
Hey, I don't think I needed a preacher to pass that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 3 of the calendar, House Bill number 60 with substitute by Representative Tillman relating to criminal and civil procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 60 actually deals with continuing court cases. So regarding any civil or criminal court cases where the attorney, or what we call a material witness or indispensable witness, is a member of our military, and the case is about to reach for trial and they receive active duties, then the case can be continued. Also, Mr. Speaker, I do have a sub.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Tillman.
All right, Mr. Speaker, the sub is actual language from the District Attorney's Office, which is technical in nature. They wanted to be in line with our criminal procedure, as well as from the American Justice Society, which is the trial lawyers. They added language on the civil side. So everything is in line with how cases move on the civil side, as well as how cases move on the criminal side. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BRI.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
So help me to understand. You're talking about civil and
Yes.
what was the district side?
Yes, on the
And
criminal side.
Civil and criminal.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you're talking about, when you talk about the process, tell me, can you just take me through what that process is like for both sides? Or are they different?
Yes, well, when on the criminal side, the district attorney wanted to make sure that we included the word like defendant and attorneys, okay, on the criminal side.
Okay.
On the civil side, it was more lead attorney. So the attorney who
What
was
kind of attorney?
a lead,
A
L-E-A-D.
lead attorney,
Yes.
like the person in charge?
Yes, yeah, the
Okay.
person in charge. So
All
if
right.
that person is the main person in the case, the main person that's handling the case, and they receive any orders to leave, then that case can be continued upon a proper motion. So they will have to file a motion with the court showing good cause, showing that they have received military orders to either deploy or whatever the orders may be. They show that with the court, and once the court sees that, then the case will be continued.
And is that process the same on the civil side? Was
Yes.
that on both civil
On both
and
sides.
criminal? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted. Representative Tillman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
Added this question is final passage of HB 60 is substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 60 has passed.
All right, thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember the Tourism Bash tonight at RSA Activity Center, and the Alabama Bureau of Pardons and Parole is at Archives and History, and Sportsman Caucus is at 7:30 tomorrow morning at RSA Plaza. And Mr. Speaker, having previously agreed to meet tomorrow morning at 8:30, I move the House stand in adjournment.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.